Be able to start, and since this conference is actually streamed live on the internet, I need to give the signal that we're ready to start. Yes, we do. So welcome to the 6th Hydrogen and Alternative Fuel Conference as part of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, the 12th edition of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. And before we get into the keynote and panel sessions, I'd like to introduce Zillard, who's the project manager for this entire event. Congratulations to him. He's going to give you a few words of introduction.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, it's my great honor to welcome you to the 6th H2 and Alternative Fuels Conference, organized by the Yacht Club de Monaco, in collaboration with the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation and the Mission for Energy Transition. Yesterday, we had great panels and discussions on cutting-edge technologies and advanced technologies on sea. But today's focus on alternative fuels. I think we can all agree in one thing, that the yachting industry and the maritime industry needs to move forward towards decarbonization, and they should become more sustainable, not later, but now. Therefore, we, the Yacht Club de Monaco, we are determined to take the lead with the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, and we are proud of having 12 hydrogen units in our marina, alongside with the iconic Energy Observer. I hope you will enjoy today's conference. I hope you will find the topics interesting. And I hope that this conference will facilitate further collaboration and knowledge sharing. This is something that our industry really needs. And now I would like to welcome Bernard D'Alessandri, the General Secretary of the Yacht Club de Monaco, to share his thoughts with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Szilard, and congratulations, because Szilard is organizing all the events on the conference and also the part for the contact with the university. Thank you to be here. It's a great pleasure to receive you, and I wish you, in the name of the President, in behalf of the Prince Albert, we wish you a very warm welcome in our events. Since 2013, we are organizing this type of event. It's our contribution for the decarbonization of this of the yachting industry. You know, we talk a lot, but we have to do something. Everyone we have to do something. And thank you for you, because you are part of the guys, the person making the difference and working on the sustainability. Thank you. Enjoy your time with us. I am sure you have a very exciting, interesting, and exciting conference there. And thank you, and see you maybe, certainly see you next year too. Thank you. Enjoy. I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the Fondation FPA2 and all the sponsors help us to organize these events. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Zillard. So without further ado, let's start with an introduction by the Mission for Energy Transition Department Leader, Virginie Haché-Vincenot. Please welcome her on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, Excellency, it's our great pleasure to welcome you today for the 6th edition of the H2 and the Alternative Fuels Conference, so well organized by the Yacht Club and especially by Szilard. With its partners, the Foundation, the Prince Albert II Foundation, and the Mission for Energy Transition that I represent today. The mission of the Energy Transition Mission is to decrease GHG emissions in the Principality, and we work on hydrogen for years already. Now this is the sixth consecutive year. This conference has become a key annual gathering for stakeholders committed to advancing sustainable energy in the maritime and in the yachting sector. Since its inception, the event has continuously brought together experts, innovators, and decision makers to exchange ideas and showcase progress in hydrogen and alternative fuel technologies. This year, we continue that tradition by focusing on the latest advancement from hydrogen refueling strategies to the role of dual fuel engines and methanol innovation. As global momentum builds towards cleaner energy solutions, the conference remains a pivotal platform for dialogue, collaboration, and technological insight. We thank you for your presence and your commitment to shaping a cleaner, smarter, and more resilient future for maritime transport and the yachting. Wishing you an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you for your presence.
And I'd like to call Salomé Mormantin, who's the Polar Initiative Manager from the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, to give us a few words about her initiative. Please welcome her on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, Excellency, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to have you here for the 6th edition of the Hydrogen and Alternative Fuel Conference. So as my partner said, I would like to thank the Yacht Club for welcoming us here in this beautiful space, especially to Villard for co-organizing all these events. It's a great event and we're really happy to have you here. Now we are in the 6th edition of this conference. It has become a key moment to highlight innovation and fostering collaboration at the crossroad of yachting, sustainability and energy transition. It brings together a wide array of stakeholders to rethink how we sustain the power of the sea all together. This technology that you will see today, they are no longer distant prospects. They are representing real and immediate opportunities. The importance of developing sustainability energy solution cannot be overstated. We are hitting a heat wave right now, so we all know that climate change is real. And as we're facing pressing challenges linked to it, the maritime and yachting industry has a crucial role to play in the global energy transition. The mission of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation has for many years to be encouraging this transition and the innovation solution that address the most urgent ecological challenges of our time. This commitment is reflected through support to research, innovation, and adoption of green technologies. The Monaco Energy Boat Challenge is, in this line, a powerful example of what can happen when creativity, engineering, and environmental commitment can come together. Let us take this opportunity today to ask the difficult question, to share lessons learned, and build a momentum for an innovation leading to implementation, but also ambition leading to action. Thank you all for being here today. We wish you an inspiring conference. We hope this new edition will inspire you to build a sustainable future for all the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's become quite a tradition in this conference. We have a opening presentation that is done by Mr. Pierre Secaldi, who's project engineer at Cap Énergie. Cap Énergie has been a long-standing partner with us, and so I'd like to welcome him to make a presentation about the situation, I would say, an update on what's happening in the world of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Pierre Secaldi. I work at Cap Energy, so we are an innovation cluster based in Aix-en-Provence. We support and coach project leaders regarding the energy transition, so we work as some kind of an energy transition catalyst, and in 3 main territories, Région Sud, Corsica, and also here in Monaco. We also involve at the national level. So I'm in charge of the hydrogen sector in Cap Energy, which is why I'm speaking now and not someone else from the 20-something team that we are in Aix-en-Provence. So we also get involved on the national level regarding the hydrogen sector, essentially through the French national organization, the France Hydrogène, which is led by our general manager, Anaïk Juet-Jouen, for the local delegation in Région Sud, and we also take part in the Corsican delegation. We also get involved on the European level with somewhat 300 partners along the way since 2005. And we are currently involved in 6 European projects, 2 of which target the hydrogen economy. So yachting, or the maritime sector as a whole, contributes for 3% to greenhouse gas emissions, so to global warming. That includes CO2, but also methane and other greenhouse gases, such as nitrogen oxides, for instance. 3% is not a big number. I think we can all agree on that. The thing is that it's been increasing by 20% over the past decade, and it's expected to double again by 2050 in a business as usual scenario. So we don't want that to happen, and we can't let it happen. So 85% of those 3% regards container shipping, bulk carriers, and also oil and chemical tankers, and including oil and gas, which are globalized goods and fuel the rest of the economy. And in the remaining 15%, you've got passengers trafficking, basically ferries and cruises, and leisure boats and yachting. They account for a smaller part of those 15%. So I was saying that the scenario, the business as usual, is not what we want, and I was saying that the contribution would more than double towards 2050, but that's not what you see on the screen here on the graph. The blue line that represents absolute emissions, which is why it doesn't go up because of the efforts basically in sustainability. But as the economy increases or grows, then those emissions remain stable, and we want them to diminish. So the International Maritime Organization put up a roadmap in 2018. That is the red line, and you see that it doesn't actually hit the target of global global carbon neutrality towards 2050. So they revised the ambition, and then you get the green line. The green line states that we need a minus 20% milestone at 2030 for the global emissions of the sector, and then minus 70% reduction towards 2040 in order to hit or to match the global carbon budget, basically, for 2 degrees. So you might have figured that the sky blue area, that's the gap that we need to fill. So the first pillar to fill in the gap is regulation. So the IMO is implementing a premium/incentive mechanism similar to the European EU ETS system. That's expected to kick off by January 2027. That's 18 months from now. And the content of this mechanism is that companies that don't hit or don't match with the threshold or keep emitting above those limitations will need to pay some kind of tax, even though it's a private organization. And this money collected will serve to pay incentives to more virtuous companies. So again, that's a similar system as the EU ETS, and that's also what was actually implemented, and it kicked in already this January in Europe through the Fuel EU maritime regulation. So the numbers are a bit softer. The threshold are -5% after 2030 and -30% after 2040 to reach -80% of decrease of the emissions of global shipping fleets, again, regarding each company fleet. And the regulation applies to all ships, whatever their flags, basically, as long as they hit a European harbor. So first pillar is regulation, second pillar is alternatives, especially more sustainable fuels. And here I show you a flux diagram of hydrogen production and use today. So first thing we see is that it weighs about 100 megatons. So hydrogen economy is pretty much alive and going. The only problem is that most of it comes from fossil resources. And when we look on the right, so it contributes to global warming, about, again, 3% of the global emissions. And on the right end of the graph, you see end uses. I mean, I only see the time, but you see uses, right? Yeah. So most of it is used as a molecule to feed, as feedstock, instance, in a way, to feed industrial processes. And only a small part of it is used as an energy vector in industrial furnaces and ovens. So we need to decarbonize that, and then make more green hydrogen to decarbonize other uses, such as, for instance, mobility. Here I show you another flow chart, but instead of molecules or materials, I show you energy fluxes. So what comes obvious is that the orange part, which represents the losses along the process, is quite big. So we lose about 50% of the electricity that we put in. We only collect 50% of it in the hydrogen molecules in the end. And then when we feed hydrogen to a fuel cell or to a combustion engine, then in the end, on the life cycle basis, we get only 25% of energy, of useful energy. The same story goes, it's a bit worse because the molecule is more complex for methanol, whether it's e-methanol made from renewable electricity, CO2 and water, or whether it's biomethanol made from entirely biomass. That's the green band, basically. So again, we lose a bit more than half of the energy we put in. And then when we feed an engine with that, we lose, again, a bit more than half. So we hit about 20% also. I mean, a bit less, again, than for hydrogen. And again, the same for green or blue ammonia, whether we make ammonia from renewable electricity and green hydrogen, or whether we make it the historical way through the Haber-Bosch process from methane directly, but with carbon capture and storage at every step of the process. So now you can think, well, is this really good? It's actually very good to have alternative sustainable fuels just on one condition. That condition is that the primary resources must not be in scarcity. Those resources are low carbon electricity, water supply, and some biogenic CO2. So the abundance is really key to sustainability of the whole sector, both on the technological, economical level, but also on the political and social level to favor acceptance of the whole society, basically. And before I conclude, I'd like to zoom out from just the carbon dimension. So the carbon dimension is the one you see just up my head. That's climate change on that radar chart. And so you see that basically fossil methanol, that's used as a reference. That's the purple line. So it's worse for the climate that all alternative fuels that are represented in green, red, and blue. And the thing is that you see that when we look at the bigger picture, planetary boundaries like, environmental impacts of alternative fuels are not so much better than the fossil counterpart when we look at other dimensions about these impacts. That is due to the fact that this is a life cycle analysis, and what makes the footprint of low carbon fuels worse in a sense. Not that it is significant, but it's just worse because this graph is normalized. It's because it embeds the whole environmental footprint of the renewable electricity infrastructure and the whole means of production, and that we need it absolutely to decarbonize our electricity grid, except maybe in France and Sweden, but that's about it, and Norway. And so it's really a no-regret investment. All of these data come from a report from IFPEN and CMA CGM. I encourage you to read through it because it's really a gold mine on what we should do and how we should do it to decarbonize the maritime sector. So I'd like to leave you with 4 rules or principles to decarbonize yachting. The first one is sufficiency. It comes a bit obvious, but small is beautiful. The smaller the boat, the smaller the engine, and the smaller the engine, the smaller the impact. The second principle is efficiency. So I must say that I was a bit surprised yesterday that I didn't see any hydrofoil or toroidal propeller in the boats downstairs. But I might not have seen all the details, and they might keep the secret as well. But those are really, really good to favor efficiency. Third one is zero emission by design. One cannot be, of course, it's a sailboat. And the fourth one is the one I spent most time talking about. That's alternative fuels. You might have recognized Bill Gates' new toy that runs on a hydrogen fuel cell and a methanol fuel cell. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'll stay with you all morning. Feel free to come and grab me.
Thank you. Thank you. Please stay here. We have another tradition for the keynote speakers and the panelists, is to actually have a picture taken. Sure. So you stand here in front of everyone, and our photographer can come and take a picture of you. Thank you. Thank you for this great update on the situation and the various options and solutions. Obviously, as you said, part of today's sessions is about the various ranges of alternative fuels and the benefits and challenges, especially, that are being faced by the hydrogen society. So in order to get started down deep into the technical approach, I would like to call Charles Boulanger, who's the co-CEO of Innocell, who's going to give us an introduction or presentation about hydrogen's role in high-performance marine innovation. Please welcome Charles to the stage.
Good morning, all. Thank you, and thank you, Pierre, for the presentation. So yeah, we'll talk about something concrete and something fast. But before I start, I would like to thank Bernard, Szilard, and Alexandre for the very good organization. And as a quick background, I'm an engineer, a motorsports engineer. I spent most of my career developing race engines for motorsports. And today, I'm part of Innocell, where I look after all the mobility sector. So, of course, Innocell's key advantage is high power. And that's what we're going to talk about. So, yes, we have a boat. Yes, it works. And good news, it's downstairs. You can have a ride on it later on. So it's been 2 years and a bit now that we started this project. And the idea is to have a boat as a demonstrator to prove that high-power fuel cell with less requirement on battery works and delivers speed, reliability, and efficiency. So just to start, I have a couple of numbers to show you. So it's 490 horsepower boat. It's a 8-meter long boat, and it achieved nearly 90 kilometers or 48 miles per hour. We have a range of 150 kilometers, so 3.6 hours of cruising at 23 knots, so 40 kilometers an hour. And that would cost around 100 euros a day. So those are ballpark figures we were able to extract from having a functioning boat. So we achieve 100% of the look and feel, 100% of the performance of the petrol equivalent with only a compromise on 25% on the range. So high power, green mobility is here, it works, and you can use it. So roughly, we'd like to take a step back and compare with, for example, an electric power boat. So if we take on the left a current boat, electric boat, available to purchase, similar length, similar power. So here we're talking about 10-meter long boat. Using hydrogen, we can have the same power, same top speed, but store 3 times more energy using current 700 bars gaseous tank. So no rocket science, nothing unproven. It's packaged on a boat, similar design as an electric boat, and we have 3 times more range, 3 times more autonomy. So we haven't reinvented everything, we just adapted existing technology and used the high power, high efficiency fuel cell from InnoCell. So if you're interested, if you're a bit a nerd and you would like to know how it works, we implemented like a combustion engine. As I mentioned, it's not like a conventional fuel cell. We tend to be coupled with a large battery where the battery provide the peak power. Here, we're able to have the power and the energy coming from the fuel cell. So one main device. All the energy is coming from the tank. Here we can see the 3 tanks, 2 longitudinal, 1 transverse. On the left, you have the 2 fuel cells with the exhaust at the back. And on the front, we have a battery that we use for the development. So here is the current layout we're using. And what we found is, without to have rely on 2 main systems, with mainly the fuel cell use as the engine, it's a simpler architecture, simpler to integrate, but also simpler, more reliable control system. So if you want to know more about fuel cell, which I'm sure you do, we start from the top left, where we have membranes and bipolar plates that have an electrical chemical reaction. So it uses oxygen and fuel, hydrogen, to create electricity and water. So really much like an engine, when you feel air, you feel fuel, and at the end, you have energy. So the stacks, like the engine block, is developed with the team of InnoCell in Saint-Égrève. So that's the core IP of the company, using some base pattern from the CEA. Then on the left, we had what the equivalent of an engine, the balance of plant, where from the stack, we add compressor, we add air management, hydrogen management, thermal, and that gives us a balance of plant that then is integrated into a powertrain that we developed here with the team in Cannes, where we add the tank, the control system. Often we have a VCU as well, so we control the implementation of the fuel cell, the power, the energy with the vehicle, and the transmission, as you can see here, is the propeller. So what does that give us today is a path to have similar packaging as engine currently fitted on boat. So we have an offering where we can transport the technology, the architecture we have today into net zero high power. And this is what's happening on the boat we have here. We just modified the hull with one inner wall that was moved forward to make room for tanks, and the floor slightly higher again to facilitate the integration of the tank. So it works, and it's simple. Now, by having the boat for more than 2 years now, a year and a half now, sorry, we're able to share some numbers. We're able to use it. We've been refueling it both at sea and on land. And yeah, what we found out is compared to petrol, only 25% range reduction. So for most applications, most use cases on a leisure boat, you never run empty on a fuel tank. You always keep some fuel in the tank. So 25% reduction is not often a big deal for 90% of the use case. Then the beauty of hydrogen compared to battery is fast refueling. So you're not bound to be stuck on a jetty waiting to refuel. And then, of course, when you talk about emission, because that's the point here today, we have probably some of the lowest life cycle emission. The fuel cells are made in France. The hydrogen can be green, as we heard earlier. And all of that has a will-to-well emission balance, very efficient compared to battery that often come from Asia, or diesel that has a high CO2 footprint. So the nutshell here is we're not competing face-to-face with battery, but where battery can't do the job because you need range and power, or the same, both. So when you want power for a long time, battery can't really keep up, and this is where high-power hydrogen has a room. And yeah, roughly, we're happy to discuss later. We have a team downstairs with a boat. I would be in the room. But we have been able to explore all the TCO. And we know about the CapEx. We work with a shipyard in Italy, Tullio Abate, will be here later. And the OpEx as well has been now understood and is being redefined as the hydrogen price goes down. So the premium versus BEV is only 20%, but we have 3 times the range. So now, the less good thing. We need a wider stakeholder engagement to make it work. So I know a lot of people in the room are involved, either in refueling or regulation, and also safety. But safety is transferred because it will be filled. Like all the development in refueling, all the development in regulation, which need to happen faster, will lead to development in safety. So everything is linked together. Safety will not be able to go forward faster if there is no use cases, if there is no boats, if there is no system to develop. And those systems depend on refueling and all the regulation. So that's really the key message here. And there's a lot of path forward with ammonia and methanol. It's very, very attractive for the maritime environment. And he used methodology, and the principle of having compressed gas as a vector of energy is well understood. So yeah, that's what I had to share in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. The tradition, please. Thank you. Thank you. It's probably the toughest part of this exercise, is to stand here waiting for the photo to be taken. Thank you. Great introduction to obviously the reality of hydrogen technology. As we know, it works. It's been proven time and again. We've seen from Pierre's presentation as well, and previous editions of this conference, that there's a number of power boats powered by hydrogen that have come onto potentially the market. We've seen them at the America's Cup also with the chase boats powered by hydrogen. So technically, we know it works. We know it's worth it. We know it's efficient. But we also know that the situation is facing a lot of stops, especially on the refueling infrastructure, something that we will talk about in one of the upcoming panels. But in the meantime, before we get to that stage, there's one particular subject that caught our attention. I mean, we've been talking about it for many years, but the reality is that everyone talks about CO2, about greenhouse gases emissions and the reduction of CO2 emissions. And we tend to also forget, or often forget, the danger and the impact of particulate matter, of NOx and SOx, which is why the idea of this first panelist and first panel session is to actually have a bit of an understanding of the situation and what is being put in place in terms of regulation and technology solutions to address the issue of cutting these pollutants. So in order to start with this panel session, I would like to call Engelian de Boer, Global Yacht Segment Director from Lloyd's Registered, to the stage. He's here at the back, he's coming now. Nathalie Kever, who's the General Secretary of the Sea Index, who should be here as well. Then we have Pierre Charles Maria, who's the President of Atmosud. Ezequiel Canolanza, who's the CEO of High Naval. And Carlo Bertoglio, who's the Sales and Project Director at Hug Engineering. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We still have an imbalance between men and women in these sessions, but Hopefully things are getting better on that front as well. So in order to get started, before we get to the questions stage, a quick reminder of how it works. Each of you in that order will give a short presentation introduction of what you do, who you are, and what basically why you're here, explaining your propositions in a way, and then we can start a conversation between yourselves, myself, and potentially the audience if we have time, asking questions. All right. Now that the rules are set, Engelian, if you'd like to start, I can either give you the clicker or I can do it.
You can do it if you want. I would love to have you at my service this time around. Very good. Thank you very much. I'll actually stand up. I prefer to stand up when I speak. Good morning, all. My name is Engelian de Boer. I'm the yacht segment director for Lloyd's Register, which basically means I manage the segment within LR from all different aspects, including technical aspects, commercial, marketing, etc., etc. I'm not here to pitch, really. I'm here to urge collaboration and urgently, because really, frankly speaking, the industry is at a crossroad. We are definitely at a crossroad, and a crossroad meaning that we would need to take a particular decision whether or not we want to be regulated upon, or are we going to regulate ourselves. We need to address the environmental impact. That's clear. We've been talking about this for many years at this stage and other stages, and whether that's with SOx, NOx, any other particulars, but also any other environmental footprints. For that to happen, we need to come to an agreement together, and that has proven to be quite challenging within this slightly fragmented industry at times. You need to have an industry-wide rating system, and the like C-Index has been working on, which is absolutely fantastic. The EU, the IMO, is working and has developed various systems which are not applicable to yachts yet. My opinion, in the not so distant future, they will become applicable to yachts above 400 gross tons, most likely. We need to agree whether or not the rating system will be made public or remain private, i.e. make it a name and shame policy. Because there will be those who will probably not want to comply or not comply to the fullest extent to these rating systems. We need to probably consider carbon taxes because unfortunately, like I said before, there will be some owners or yachts who are not willing to comply or choose to run a different path. And we need to continue to engage with flag states and port states to restrict non-compliant vessels. Now, fortunately, we're already working with a number of flag states and, of course, with port states as well. Like C-Index, extremely active in the France area, and that require, like I said, an industry-wide consensus, if you don't mind. So, the designing of effective instruments, we have to move forward. There are some great tools in place already, and it needs to be done similarly to what the maritime industry is doing globally, i.e. we need to consider an energy efficiency design index, I'd say slightly similar to what C-Index has already done, so fantastic work, a carbon intensity index, something which, together with the Super Yacht Builders Association, the Yacht Safety and Environmental Consortium, which is a consortium of all the class societies working together, which I chair. We've worked together with CBUS to submit a submission to the IMO proposing such indexes. I think we'll need to probably work along something very similar to what the IMO has developed in terms of imposing carbon taxes, and that to me is the only way forward. So my plea really is, we either agree to work together and move forward within the industry to demonstrate that we're able to do this, or undoubtedly we will be regulated upon, probably in a manner which we will not like. That's my plea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the message is pretty clear. Nathalie?
Good morning, everybody. So after yesterday's announcement of collaboration with Bureau Veritas on noise pollution, I'm back here today to announce publicly that we have incorporated Atmos Sud into the C-Index as a partnership, acting as third-party verifiers on a project that we're working on together. So we're very happy about that. If we could just go to the next slide, please. Sorry, thank you very much. So exactly what Engel Jan was saying, we really believe in collaborating with people who have more knowledge than us. We have the means to try and push the sector forward with the position, the very fortunate position that we have here at the Yacht Club, to have direct access to people who are heads of industries and who also own yachts. So, and also after having collaborated, we still collaborate with Lloyd's Register as third-party verifiers, because that's very important to have the third-party verification on the CO2. We wanted to have that properly under our belt before we move to another segment. And now we're very happy that we're in a position to collaborate with Atmosud, who have huge expertise to help us with the particulate matter and the atmospheric pollution, because it was thanks to discussions with Pierre Charles on in other panels that we discovered this, and we're very happy about that. So, voilà, this is the public announcement that we are collaborating with them, and we will have more information on the actual technical side. We're looking at a system where we can maybe incorporate the CO2 work that we're doing with Lloyd's Register with the NOx emissions, and so voilà. So we still have a lot of work ahead, but we're confident. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pierre Charles, you'd like to add a few words?
Yes. In fact, perhaps you don't know, Atmosud is an organization mandated by the French government for the air quality monitoring for the region Alpes, Provence, Côte d'Azur. Atmosud is also working with environment departments of the Principality of Monaco for maintaining, standardizing analyzers and preparing emissions inventory, modelization, and all these elements. In fact, we have now the intention to work in 3 directions for 3 compartments which are very linked: air quality, climate change, climate, and energy. We have a very good presentation for Cap Energy, and this is very, very connected. And Atmosud is working for now several years. The implementation of the monitoring starts from 1972, near the Fosbear industry sector, and then to the large cities, and to cover all the territory. But since 1915, we have started a huge effort on the marine sector. And we work with the cruise companies, the operators in the harbor, like the great Grand Port Maritime de Marseille. And we have now a very good knowledge with different programs involving harbors around the Mediterranean and also the other sea, the Atlantic. And one sector was missing. It was the sector of yachting. And we were very happy to start a collaboration with CNDEX Association and Yacht Club of Monaco, because it's very important to improve this CNDEX to take into account the air pollutants, not only the greenhouse effects. The work done was very impressive, and I recognize. And Atmosud is also happy to start this collaboration, because we can, like this, improve our knowledge and the improvement of the emissions factor of different vessels, you see. And so we are starting this I think, very stimulating collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre-Charles. I'll have plenty of questions for all of you following what was said. Ezekiel, if you'd like to make... so this is still atmosphere, so we didn't go to that slide. You want to say something about it, or...?
No, we have if you look at the atmosphere on internet, you can see several research programs with European programs or collaboration with Italy, for example, Interreg programs. And so you can see the gain in knowledge. We can cite the Skipper project, which was very, very large. And we implement one interesting thing is monitoring of plumes from the ships, you see. And this is very important for harbors, because we can have a knowledge of the impact on the shore and the residents and the citizens around the harbors. And we use it in this program, drones, following the ships. And Atmosphere is now developing with a small company, a spin-off, Air Carto, the use of small sensors at various kinds to follow with more covering of the sectors, the pollutions. And we work also with citizens, with a formation of a citizen, and giving them small sensors. And so the citizens are active, you see. They participate to the elaboration of the knowledge, and they see the thing differently. So we can see on this slide that, in fact, the shipping is a very important contributor for the nitrogen oxide emission. So we have now an effort to do with this, because for several years we have to do with conventional fuels. And so we have to mitigate the emissions, but also to adapt our way of life, and so promote efficient systems.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be some questions about these impacts. Ezekiel?
Good morning. Yes, I am Ezekiel Canolanza. I am naval architect. I am on the yacht industry now for 30 years. I was designing many yachts, passenger boats, patrol. And 4 years ago, I started to work in a project for a nice company based in La Ciotat. And it was my very first experience designing a 12-meter passenger boat, fully hydrogen. I understood that this can be one of the solutions for the decarbonation. So finally, 2 years ago, we start and we decide to create a shipyard we called High Naval, for hydrogen naval or hybridization. We are based in Bordeaux. So for all the technology we are seeing today, we can be the shipyard that can be the hub of any project. We are focused on the refit. We think there are markets that when all this technology grow up, focus on hydrogen today for a sector of more passenger boats or we can say, professional boats. Our sector, we are based on what we see peer-to-peer boat. We feel that at start on that technology, we need to be in a close area. We need to be in an ecosystem that can be provided. So the next slide, you see some boats. So we start producing boats, and these two passenger boats of 20 meters for 70 packs. We won a tender in a group of companies with a shipyard in Sabdolon. We was the naval architecture office and integrating. So we proved that the solution of hybridization, electrical and hydrogen can be a solution. This type of boat you see on the picture are running in Bordeaux. They are part of the fleet of the transportation. You can take your bus, your tram, and then you can take the boat to cross the river. This boat runs around 10 hours by day at 15 knots, and they're equipped by batteries for the half of the time, and the other half of the time was designed fully hydrogen. The problem we had is the supplier, and the possibility to supply the hydrogen every day. Is a passenger boat, need to run all the day, and so the solution was to design the boat as fully hydrogen, but starting to install a genset on the hull. So all the design is there, and we create a name like Hydrogen Ready. We can say that very quickly. We can take out the genset and install a fuel cell when the supply arrives and when the operational cost can be good. That proves that from point of view of the technology, we are ready. We can show that for this type of boat, this particular application in a peer-to-peer boat, 10 hours at 15 knots, fuel cell combined with electricity, with electric batteries is a good solution for me. Then in our shipyard, we have 2 dry docks, part of the Grand Port Maritime de Bordeaux. We are our partners. And this dry dock, we can welcome cargos and ferries from up to 200 meters. So our company, High Naval, now is focused, we can say, from 24 to 40 meters, small ferries and passenger boats on the electrical solution and hydrogen solutions. And then there are gaps, and we are now trying to catch the maritime industry to bring the boats in our shipyard, in our dry docks, and start to propose combined solutions. Maybe it can be a solution for hydrogen for the other load, and maybe it can be other solution that we are seeing, for example, in other boat, maybe sails, maybe dual fuels. So we are exploring all that solution for the maritime industry. So you are welcome to visit us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And Carlo, you've got, yes, I've got a slide.
Thank you. Carlos is Bertoglios is director of UG Engineering, 15 years in this specific field of environmental reduction technology for yachting, especially for maritime and yachting. Our company is specialized in emission control for many sectors. Yacht is one of the most representative, the most satisfactory, and more successfully, where our brand is really famous. But what I want to underline that we treat emissions for many sectors. Means where there is a new need, we develop new product, and then we spread to the others. So it's the case of the yacht. We enter in the yacht simply because we have already done 800 diesel train in Switzerland. Somebody from the industry asked, please, a diesel engine is a diesel engine, not only when in a train, but when in a yacht. And it's so dirty, the suit, the PM are so annoying that they forced us to go to work in the yacht. That started in the 2005 for PM reduction. But the NOx reduction started in the 92 because there was a need and there was a law, there were grants in Norway, Sweden, in the Scandinavian area, that if you add a cargo ships, you could gain grant and reduce the taxation, reduce the payload and so on. having environmental solution. So we develop urea systems, SCR, selective catalytic reducer, with urea in the 92. Then what's happened? We, if you can, we restarted, we stopped the business in the emission control. We restarted in the 2015, 13, 14, okay, in these years. I wanted especially to invest in technology to fulfill the IMO rules. I want to be a bit provocative, but I saw that the same concept were drawn by the colleague here from Lloyd Register. So the technology is used, not driven, but used by the law. Based on the law, the technology can be adapted or not. But we try to develop technology independently from the law. Means we are in the yacht. I was searching for some good picture during the presentation, and then the last was a picture that where we are. If you look from that side, you see the yacht club, and you have on the left the newest yacht. Most are my clients, so I know almost all, very new, IMO 3. They fulfill the latest technology, the latest law, the IMO, International Maritime Organization. On the right, we have the cars, the most beautiful cars in the world. Most are diesel, and they fulfill the European law, Euro 6, Euro 6D. What is the difference? Why, on this side, we have to fulfill the same emissions of the open sea, shipping, cargo, 300 meters, bringing goods from China to West Coast US and vice versa, polluting like hell. But the owners and the community, the yacht, are here. They jump from the best car to the worst ship. There is something that is mismatching. So I was searching really to understand how can be translated and spread the technology from one sector to the other sector. When I started in UGA, I started to do retrofitting for buses. I worked with Nice, with many towns in Italy and in France and so on, and we did years ago. So there is the technology. If you look at the latest, the last slide, I try to compare on the left NOx emission, on the right particulate matter emissions. In the blue are the on-road, the truck and the car. On the orange are the ship, the yacht, let's say, yacht and shipping. You see, 2001 started the Euro 3, was already the third step of the European Commission, and the yacht were still IMO 1, okay, 24 years ago. The time is running. The yacht entered in force IMO 3 in 2016, but the ships, the car were already reduced by 60–70%. Then the yacht is stopped at the IMO 3. Okay, the yacht is stopped at the IMO 3. Then there is ULEV, ultra-low emission vessel, and ULEV plus ultra-low emission vessel. For marine application, we can fulfill, we achieve that emission in both NOx and PM, okay? So what you see at the 2016 is the actual law, is stopped here. What you see 2020, 2024 is where the technology is arrived. And just to be provocative, do you know where the technology has been developed? I started in 2013 to reduce the pollution from the cruise. Was not on the cruise. The cruise give it up. Are the ships used for wind farm erection in North Sea? At Scotland, UK, they are installing gigawatt of power with wind, and to install this green technology, you must be green. You cannot use ships like the one we're building the area here. You cannot use ships so polluting, you must be clean, because the concept that doesn't fit. You cannot use 3-4 years the worst polluting ships to install wind installation. So the technology has been developed. It's so-called ultra-low emission vessels. Is at the same, exactly the same than cars that are used on the side of the street, and not emissions that are used in the open sea where today. So I ask, that if we are already equipping most of the diesel electrical yacht in size over 80 meters, is only because the owners voluntary knows about the available technology. Otherwise, the standards are the same for cargo and ships. So if we want to differentiate, we should ask to IMO to bring yacht in a different position compared to the ships. This is.
Thank you very much. Very, very enlightening. And not that provocative, ultimately, just facing the reality of what's happening and not happening in the yachting industry. So in fact, maybe some of you would like to know what's the impact of particulate matter or not, or we don't talk about it, or do you want to talk about it? Natalie?
I don't know what the impact is yet, because we'll be working with Atmosud to find out.
Okay, so because when you look at what happened with the cruise ships, you were mentioning cruise ships before. Regulations and what Engelian said about regulations applicable means that obviously when the emissions are too high, you need to stay far away, right? So that's been implemented. And we know that along the coast on the French Riviera, that's being implemented even more stringently. But that's not affecting yachting yet. So the question is, do you have an idea of how many yachts actually using technologies that are there to be able to reduce the emissions of SOx, NOx, and particulate matter down to the level that you advised about the cars?
No, to be honest, no, we do not. We simply do not know. The only thing which we do know is that we do see a trend in there being more sort of pioneering and proactive owners willing to switch to either alternative fuels or different means of propulsion or using energy-saving devices. So we do see a trend in the positive direction, but the trend is too slow in order to achieve the ambitions which we should have to be at least net zero by 2050.
We had yesterday a lot of the discussions were about data, and obviously Pierre-Charles was mentioning how they're using sniffer drones and other sensors to capture data about air pollution. So the question is, do we have data about the emissions from the yachts that already are able to collect that data in order to improve the situation, or it's at the moment it's a desert of data?
Well, from our perspective at the moment, it is a desert. But, for example, I think we're going more towards real-time monitoring of emissions. Atmosud have already done some great work in Marseille on the smaller segments of boats, and we could foresee this. 5 years ago when I arrived at the Yacht Club, we spoke to people, IBM, for example, who are already doing it for shipping, and we could already see that we're going to go from design stage sort of calculation of emissions to real-time monitoring. And recently the study that Atmosud have done in Marseille, which they're really at the back of the boats with monitoring devices to see exactly what the result is, because there's the declaration or there's the SCR. This is what we're doing. We saw the same thing in shipping with the scrubbers. I mean, everybody was like, "Oh, fantastic! It's a silver bullet." But I think there's been some backtracking on that to say, "Oh, hang on, we need to examine it a little bit closer." And that's why we want to give we act as a filter of information. We don't sell anything. It's really to empower the owners and the operators with, this is what it says on the tin, and is it really what's actually delivering? So that's really what we're doing or trying to do.
What you said about the scrubbers, I guess we'll go back to the technical solutions. But yes?
If I can tell you that, I see many owners coming to the shipyard and asking for us information on how they can refit and can implement better solution in terms of emissions. And the technical solution we have it, the question must ask is how much the marinas and the ports are ready to go ahead on this decarbonation. I feel the clients are ready to produce solution, maybe if more costly. They're ready to play the game, at least in the yacht industry. The question is, technically, we can give you the solution, batteries, fuel cells, methanol. Then they ask me how I can supply that. And always the problem is there. So, but I feel that the people are going on that solution. The clients are going to the decarbonation and they request that.
So you'll agree that the technological solutions to reduce these pollutants, they already exist. Scrubbers, other solutions, Carlo, and should be adapted or included in all the yachts, either by design or through retrofitting?
Yes, there is an important problem with scrubbers because it's a sort of laundry. You clean the fumes and you put in the water what is remaining.
For scrubber for the ships, for the yacht there are no scrubber.
No. For large ships. So there is a few huge ships using SCR, like La Méridionale, which is a company of ferry. There is one ship, and the Piana. And so it's very important to use systems which are really clean. But I think we have to use alternative fuels like hydrogen. For hydrogen, we are speaking of green hydrogen, gray hydrogen, and very few of natural hydrogen. And this is a sector of research which is important now, because I read a recent study from the US Geological Survey saying that the amount of natural hydrogen which is on the Earth is largely greater than what we've been consumed by the whole humanity for longer than 200 years. Yeah. And this natural hydrogen is coming from the reaction of water on magmatic rocks containing iron and silicium. But this is at the stage of research.
Yeah, we're a bit off track here. Yeah. So natural hydrogen is going to be another topic at another point. If we go back to what we said about solutions and application on yachts, Carlo.
I would say just that some yachts are already installing, at least on the generator, the diesel particle filter for personal purpose to get rid of water, black water and so on. But I want to mention one, for me, important event and changing that is happening in the world is CARB, Californian Air Resource Board. I was there 2 years ago in Sacramento, and last week I was again in Canada on the west coast, because it's taking place an adaptation of the rules. The CARB launched the EPA 4, the latest technology and so on. Then they recognized that EPA 4 was not effective for the particulate matter. Was the engine makers, they made EPA 4 compliant engine without having a diesel particle filter. So the population, the harbor, the area were still affected by a lot of the soot particulate matter. They implemented a particulate filter on top of the HEPA4 solution. And now they are forcing, a part of the yacht is not interesting, they are forcing oil tanker or a dry cargo when they approach the harbor and they have to discharge the goods with diesel engine that they move pump, they move air compressor, they must be equipped with diesel particle filter. This is an example that even the law can be adapted to the latest technology. And then in 2 years, it went from a design, from a dream, let's say, to an application. And I was in Vancouver last week exactly for a retrofit oil tanker of 250 meters moving crude oil from West Coast, from Vancouver to San Diego. And they cannot pollute anymore. Stop. The technology is there.
So what you're saying is basically we should go for alternative solutions as soon as possible, clean ones. But if in the meantime we end up with yachts that are not equipped or it's complicated, the retrofitting can be done to make sure that the level of pollution can be cut as low as possible, basically. And following the regulations that are to this day applicable to cars, for example. Is that a good summary?
From my side, yes. And IMO is going to prove that. In October, they're going to resign this agreement to go for looking for the taxes on the cargo ships. So they will help. So
because at the moment in the yachting side, it's all voluntary. It's all
yes, all voluntary.
Nothing is obligatory. And when is that going to happen?
Well, I mean, there is a certain level, of course, of regulations which are applicable to yachts, no doubt about it. When we talked about SOx and NOx, etc., there are regulations which are applicable, particularly to these type of engines. But if we then look at the particular matters, if we then look at the CO2, if we then look at the energy consumption being used, there are no strict regulations in place which are addressing the yacht industry, but they will arrive because there's a lot of discussions on it. The next greenhouse gas study, which will be carried out by the IMO, it will be the 5th greenhouse gas study, will include more details on the polluting environment yachts create, and thereby creating yet again more attention, more focus on this industry, which will undoubtedly, even if their contribution is minuscule, it will result in there being a reaction and regulations being imposed. And if it's not being imposed through international regulations, they will be imposed through national regulations, like you see happening, and rightfully so, to be honest, in the French Riviera, in the French coast, and in some other areas in the world, restricting access for those ships and those yachts who are polluting too much. But we need to agree again together on an energy or an environmental roadmap on how to achieve this net zero to 2050. We just keep on sitting back and referring to what the IMO is doing, or perhaps referring to what the car industry is doing. We have the ability, we have the technology, we have capable persons being able to develop it. We just need to come to an agreement. We need to make sure that we have indexes which are supported throughout the industry, and we can then push it through the IMO on our conditions, which will be a lot more better and manageable and applicable to our industry than instead if we have to wait for sort of regulations being imposed. Like what happened in the past with MLC, like what happened in the past even with the tier 1, 2 and 3 engines. We as an industry reacted too late. But now we have an opportunity to do something about it at an early stage. To be honest, I think we're already a little bit too late. I think this is our last sort of 6 months to about a year that we're able to get our seats at the table, negotiate for something which is applicable and useful for our industry, and demonstrate that we take our responsibility. And that can be done through the great work being done through ISO, through the IMO, through the C Index, and lots of other parties, but by working together.
But don't you think that it has to be international in the sense that, again, when you talk to yachting businesses around, obviously having stringent regulations applicable in the south of France makes yachts actually go away. And instead of, I would say, fulfilling their obligation when it comes to pollution and regulations, if there's in trouble, or they find that it's too stringent, then they basically go to other destinations.
Absolutely. The only way forward is international collaboration. Absolutely, yes. And we're working on that. We are working with the flag state. We are working with the port states. We're working with the various class societies. We're working with shipyards. We're working with owner representative organizations like Sea-Index, to push that forward internationally.
Can I just jump in there? That's exactly, our plan is ambitious, but it's to create a maillage, a network, France, Spain, Italy, so that when the boats do go, we're all speaking the same language. I think that's very important. And just to jump back on what Engel was saying about reports, the last figures that we have for the industry, there's only two figures that we have. We represent 0.3% of the emissions from shipping. And even those figures for shipping, 3%, they date from 2018, from the report of 2020. So that's almost 10 years ago. And the yachting fleet has really increased since then. And what we tend to see as well, a little bit, I think, is the vision sometimes a little bit skewed. From the industry, we see presentations where we've already peaked. We haven't already peaked. And it's talking about, we're going to decrease now. It's like, well, you haven't peaked yet. So that's where we sort of come in to give that snapshot in real time to the owner, to the operator, to the management company to say, this is where you stand, and these are your options.
Thank you. A few minutes for questions from the audience.
Thank you. Hello, congratulations for what you are doing. My name is Jérémy Lagarrigue, the CEO of EODEV. I am a bit concerned about the data concerning the quality of the air. During the presentation, I was trying to look on my phone, and we used to have access to those live data because we have many satellites looking for NOx, SOx, the quality of the air. It was very clear that we can see the transportation of boats. It looked like we do not have any more access to the one coming from the US. We all know why. But we still have access to the Copernicus satellite, which is quite good. So I need to understand why you say we do not have yet the data. So that's a bit my point. Maybe I do not understand, and sorry for that.
No, they said that they don't have data from the yacht emissions.
Okay. But maybe you can explain a bit, because I'm sure not having any more access to the data coming from US might be also some important impact for us to take the decision. Huh?
Well, absolutely. If we don't achieve, if we don't obtain the data, it will become a bit more difficult. Nevertheless, pretty sure sooner or later there will be a bit more common sense, and data will be shared via possibly some different routes. Might have to pay for it. Okay, fine. But yeah, the data in the future will become probably available again from the US. I think what is most important also is, the great efforts they're making here is to actually start measuring at the point of the exhaust, which is what we're not doing. We're doing it at commissioning and during commissioning of the vessel, but then it stops. And really, it would be very useful to do so afterwards as well.
I think.
When you said you do it at the commissioning of the vessel, but that data is stored somewhere and being used somewhere, or is just stored for?
No, we're using part of the data. Yeah, part of the data to do analysis. But usually it's just a confirmation to see whether whatever has been installed on the ship is still comparable to what was being done whilst it was being tested ashore. So. Okay, and then the reality is different usually when you start operating. Even with sort of some of the systems being installed, there's still considerable discussions with Tier 3 engines and how they operate in Tier 2 areas. Once you switch off a CSR system, there is all sorts of discussions still happening. But it just needs to be monitored so we know better.
Thank you.
I think you pointed something which is very interesting. In fact, the important thing concerning air pollution, climate, it's the exchange of information to improve the knowledge and possible actions. it is in this context that we are working at Atmos to promote the exchange of information within operators in harbors, cruise, and all the sectors, to have a factor of emission which are more precise and more effective, and so give information which are more realistic for winner-winner actions, because the operators can adapt for the ports, for the harbor, the way of the circulation of the boats, and different actions, and for also the owners of the ship. And I think one other thing which is very important, it's social acceptation. And this is one of the aims of our work. It's that yachting, it's very important sector for economy in our region. And we have to work with everybody, owners, operators, but also citizens, to have a social acceptation. And this is, I think, the main purpose of our action.
Thank you, Pierre-Charles. There's one last question from Daniel.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Cherchi from Rolls-Royce MTU. Yeah, thanks, first of all, bringing that topic back. Let's say we're a bit of pollutants, I'm going to forget. I have a question. So I think there was clearly a lot of statements. Yachting is not enough, or maybe not regulated strong enough from the IMO, and technology could do more. But at the moment, IMO is discussing mainly how can we make the after treatment systems which are in place actually more effective, so increasing the operational range where the after treatment needs to run. So I would be interested if actually this discussion, what is your assessment, will that bring us already forward, or is this, because that will affect yachting too, or is it, let's say, just a drop in the ocean?
Daniel, very, very good question. I would like to probably the last time that we met was exactly. But this is a paradox, let me say, because the IMO or the technical commission that CIMA are asking, for instance, to us to prove the effectiveness of the diesel particle filter for the ships. I was talking, ships are ships, yacht are yacht. The engine are completely different. So we have more than 250, 200, at least 250 yacht DPF installed on yacht, and now the technical commission are looking to extend to the ships, but it can be 1 year, 10 years, or 20 years. It depends, because then you put a drop of wine in a water and you lose the effectiveness. Having 250 application in yacht, they are looking if are applicable or not on the ships, for then to change the IMO rules for ships and yacht. So for me, if we do not split yacht and ships, we will never come to an end in terms of applicability of technology.
Thank you. Let's see that as a positive sign. Thank you very much to our panelists. If you'd like to give them a round of applause, and while you stand up and we take a photo. Of course, we are a bit behind track on time because it took extended time on this conversation. But it's all right. We're meant to have a long coffee break, so I'll probably make that coffee break a bit shorter. And the coffee break is not now, by the way. For those of you who hope so. We still have a second panel before the coffee break, which is going to address a a recurring topic in the hydrogen society and the challenges it faces, which is about hydrogen refueling infrastructure. Where do we stand in the implementation, and what are the implementation strategies and industry outlook? Please, at the back, if you could not have a coffee break now. I didn't say it was coffee break now. I said we will have a coffee break. So if you please could you come back to your seats so that we can welcome the next panelist. I'd like to call Chloé Zayed, who's the president of EFIRA, Eric Malterud, who's the CEO of Hyrex, Philippe Lavagna from SBM Offshore, who's the New Energies Terminals Product Account, Andrea Minerdo, who's the chairman of Nat Power, H, and Alessio Cogliatti, who's an engineer at Lindegas. If you please could join me on stage so we can get going with that second panel. We're missing the one lady. There she comes. So thank you all for joining us. As I said, hydrogen refueling infrastructure has been a challenge that was mentioned, I think, right from the very first hydrogen roundtable. So we're now in the 6th edition. It was already something that was highlighted as a key challenge at the first hydrogen roundtable, with lots of, back then, interesting prospects about the possibility to have hydrogen refueling stations all along the French coast and in Monaco. And the reality at this stage is pretty much, I wouldn't say pessimistic, but to be realist, it's like there's nothing or not much available. So we'll leave it to the panels to explain where they stand in that infrastructure implementation and what their thoughts are on the implementation strategies for the development of hydrogen refueling everywhere, starting with here, of course. Chloé, if you'd like to start.
C'est bon. Merci, Laurent. Hi, everyone. So I'm Chloé Zayed. I'm a boat captain, first of all. And we're just going to be back in 2021 because we made this, the first hydrogen leisure boat fully certified and operational. And after that, I just realized that it's going to be hard to sell any boat if we don't have any refueling station, actually. So that's why we decided to create EFIRA. So EFIRA is a full ecosystem with boat and refueling station in a closed ecosystem, because it's not the same problem and homologation and stuff to make a public refueling station. And actually we launched also the first ecosystem last year in Marseille, for real. You can have it on the picture on the left. So it's in a leisure port in Marseille, of course. Actually, it took like 2.5 years to make that. Yeah, I can tell you that in a minute, but it took 2.5 years. It was a huge challenge with the port authority and behavior also of user in the port. But we made it, and because of this, we were to the Olympic Games, so it's the third picture here, and we were a protocol boat during this period in Marseille. It was also a nice experience, intensive actually, but we've made it also. And after that, since that, we surprisingly had a lot of demand from ports and public authority, because they are really committed in maritime decarbonization, and they need to have an open solution, public open refueling station. So we decided to create a newborn, and we call it Pumpy. It's the next Pumpy. What is Pumpy? The vision is clear. It's to set a standard of a hydrogen refueling station in ports, and to create a network in the south of France, of course, but in France, in Europe, and why not worldwide? This solution is really pragmatic because we decided to capitalize in our expertise and experience of field, because after 6 years and what we did, we have an experience and we completely understand the constraints actually of the port, and also the constraints and the needs of the ship owner, because of course the infrastructure won't become alone. We need the ship owner, of course. And I'm pretty sure they are ready to shift, but they are also the take riskers. The risk taker, it's better. Yeah, sorry, I'm French, okay. And they will shift when we maybe have all those conditions. Accessibility to the molecules, operational reliability, and competitive price. That's actually our commitment with Pumpy. We engineer a realistic solution. It's not a vision, it's not a financial product, it's not something in my mind. We are working on it, we are building it, because hydrogen, we are not waiting for hydrogen to come. We are building it. We are taking risk, and we are doing it every day, step by step, of course. We need to be patient, and it's step by step, but we are doing it station after station, and we are actually proud of that.
Thank you. And then Eric.
Hello, I'm Eirik Maltrud, CEO of Hyrex. So we are a system integrator of hydrogen systems for maritime applications. So we represent the offtake. Safety, no, not yet, but that's okay. Safety is paramount, as a lot of people are scared of hydrogen. And we make sure that we make these systems really safe and communicate with the classes closely to ensure that we comply to the regulations. Our demonstrator is now on the 4th season at sea, having sailed under the midnight sun, being the first hydrogen boat to navigate the Grand Canal last year. And we have learned a lot during those 4 years on that boat. At the heart of our system is our ocean drive. That's a hydrogen electric system tailored to the application. We take the right batteries, engine, size of fuel cell, and put that together. The uniqueness of our system is that it's inherently safe, simplifying installation. It has a control system optimizing the performance, and we also have a safety system, not monitoring only the hydrogen system, but also the total vessel, having strict protocols of actions. I lost my track. Yeah, but we also, as Innocell said, working with battery operators. And then battery boats, as they lack range. And we can then extend the range 2 to 3 times. And we can then also reduce the system weight on board 30 to 50%. And at the same cost or less actually than a battery system on board. So I would say hydrogen technology is ready. We need the infrastructure around us. We need, like Pumpy is doing in Hydrogen Age and Nat Power, sorry. But we also need, where are the drivers? Why should anyone transition into hydrogen or green when it's cheaper? You need regulation, or you need to make money on it, or you need to have an advantage to going to that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Philippe?
Yes, good morning. So Philippe Lavagna from SBM Offshore. I'm the product account manager. I will explain a bit more for what we call new energy terminals. Yep. And for us, new energy is LNG, CO2, ammonia, or any other hydrogen carrier, anything that is fluid. Terminals for us is what you see on the left-hand side of the slide, is a system that enables the transfer of a fluid cargo, liquid cargo, from a vessel to the shore, or the shore to the vessel, while keeping the vessel off the shore, so without a port, without a jetty. It's a jettyless system. And it's 65 years old, the system, and we made a company that was called SBM Offshore, so single buoy moorings. In Monaco, there are two SBMs. There is a Société des Bains de Mer, and us, the other SBM, single buoy moorings. So that's where we come from 65 years ago. And my job as a product account manager is to understand the needs of the industry for those energy transition and see whether we should adapt our product or create new product to match those needs. So basically, when I have this, I make a specification to our engineering, and when the product is either a new product or, for example, this can buoy adapted for the transfer of ammonia, then when it's ready to give the support to the industry to let the industry know it's existing, and then give support to the first movers. So where SBM Offshore now is translated to a bigger company, we've done over 80 world firsts of the last 65 years, and the two key words were safety and cost efficiency, and that has led to our today main product, which is a large and complex FPSO, floating production, storage, and offloading terminals, which are $2 to $4 billion capex value, and that's the reason we have a different name for the historical product line Emotco, looking after those transfer terminals. Why I'm talking about the transfer terminals is because we do believe it will be the same than for oil 65 years ago, which is to start the production on the shore and then ship it away from a long distance, long haul transit using vessels, okay? And eventually we will do the production. So here what I'm focusing on is a value chain that is starting from the production excluded, while my colleagues are working on ammonia FPSOs or any new energies production offshore. And yesterday, Frank Fouillet talked about how we capture CO2 on board our FPSOs. What I'm going to talk about here is more the transport of it and looking at the full value chain, a bit like if it was a pipeline. You know, when you have a pipeline, you amortize the pipeline with a tariff, and the tariff is a US dollar per ton of product that goes through the pipeline. So we have about the same approach to help industry players to select the right concept. We only provide one piece of the puzzle, the terminal, but the big puzzle, the ecosystem is made of a vessel that will transport, for example, green ammonia from Australia to Korea or to Japan in a bulk format. So we are talking about 40, 80, 100,000 tons of ammonia. It's not the bunkering. And basically, we help, thanks to our expertise in owning and leasing large floating units, we understand and we read projects with two big filters: safety, cost efficiency. So that's what we provide as a service to the industry, and sometimes it's a buoy, or sometimes it's also what we call floating storage. So the safety leg is about, for example, if it's about ammonia, which is toxic, sometimes it's good to put it further away from the population. I save you the details. And for the economical viewpoint, sometimes it's better, more cost efficient to have a floating storage offshore. That's where I will stop. I promise to be short. Thank you. Oh, yes, one word. We are very proud to be here. Thank you for hosting us. And we are supporting this event as part of our motto, which is true blue transition. So true is because we are not in the greenwashing. We really want to make it happen, but being realistic. Blue is because where we are, our expertise is offshore in deep water, where the water is blue. And transition is because miracles do not happen overnight. We need a transition. So we are committed to help the industry, providing our expertise to make it happen, and helping on the economics if we can as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I already have a couple of questions for you. Andrea, if you'd like to carry on.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Minerdo. I'm the chairman, of the Not Power H. We are part of the Not Power Group. We develop renewable projects. So far, we have a pipeline of 24 gigawatt of projects that we are bringing to the market. So a few years ago, we started to think that bringing such a large amount of green energy to the market is not enough, especially to help different markets to decarbonize. So we decided to start a massive investment in order to create the first global network of hydrogen refueling stations. And this is an idea of what we are developing. This is the representation of the refueling station that we are designing and building in different areas. In Italy, where we started, we already have 40 marinas where we signed a binding agreement in order to have the concession to install and operate these refueling stations. It will be the first network of marinas that are hydrogen ready. Actually, in signing these agreements, we also added the rights to refueling methanol, because part of the shipyards that we are working with are already starting in using methanol with the hydrogen reforming on board to propel their yachts. We are in touch with marinas, port authorities, with different shipyards on a global level. And we are already in operation with mobile refueling of hydrogen. The 3 boats that you can see here today and tomorrow, that are the 3 hydrogen boats available, are refueled by us. I mean, in the last couple of days, we made a couple of refueling to provide the, I don't know, many kilos of hydrogen they needed. And we also gave some tank to the universities that are downstairs. So this is the state of the art of what we are developing. this is for us a very important investment. This is the initial part of a global network that we are developing. On top of the operations that we already have, we invested in a digital platform in order to connect owners, shipping companies, and the network of refueling stations and mobile refuelings. This will include also port authorities, firefighters, in order to have a way to connect data within the hydrogen ecosystem. Today, and this is the second year that we attend to this very organized event, you can see the ecosystem of hydrogen. So we are investing in order to connect this ecosystem from the physical world with the hydrogen refueling station and to the digital world using this platform.
Thank you. Okay. And I'll ask you to complete the entire value chain of hydrogen refueling infrastructure with obviously the hydrogen provider.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, again, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure and honor for me. Linde Gas is the leading global company for industrial gases and engineering. Linde covers all the value chain of hydrogen, from production to distribution to last mile supply, storage and supply to last mile. And we have developed technologies all along the supply chain, the value chain of hydrogen. In our capability, you see here some numbers. We can produce hydrogen historically from fossil sources, because this is, again, this is still more than 93% of hydrogen produced worldwide comes from fossil fuels. But nevertheless, we have already relevant production of green hydrogen from electrolysis, from renewable sources, and also from biosources, so biological hydrogen. Regarding the liquid hydrogen, we can deliver in different forms: compressed hydrogen or liquid hydrogen. This is the way we deliver, the way we supply, is dependent on the demand and the availability of sources and the network. So sometimes it's convenient to bring and to deliver compressed. Sometimes liquid is more convenient. Sometimes on-site production is the best choice. So we can supply this, the complete portfolio, the complete range of solutions for delivering hydrogen. And this comes from a long history and experience from our company, because it's more than 140 years experience in the industry. So we developed this in industry, and we moved this experience and knowledge into different segments like mobility and also in the recent years maritime applications. Just to mention a few numbers, our capability, just to mention the capability of production of liquid hydrogen is around about 60 tons per day, actually. And regarding deliveries of hydrogen, we have different solutions. We have pipelines, we have road tankers, we have transport by train, and with road tankers we deliver liquid hydrogen, and with tube trailers we deliver compressed hydrogen. Regarding the application in mobility, I would like to mention the experience we did, just to express which is the diffusion of the network of infrastructure for hydrogen. Linde has built more than 200 refueling stations worldwide. This is not a huge number, but it is something. This is mainly for road transport, mobility, And we have different stations. Stations for public transport that are used to refill buses for public transport, and we have stations for passenger cars, buses, trucks. So the whole range of vehicles that are running on hydrogen. We have developed solutions and state-of-the-art technology. Coming to maritime application, we have different experience even in military applications. We are serving the Navy since more than 15 years with full track of success. And this is a challenging operation where we use hydrogen in liquid form or in compressed form, and always keeping the highest safety level in our operation. Coming to one example I want to bring here regarding maritime application, I show this lighthouse project that is a ferry in Norway, developed by our colleagues from Linde Engineering and Linde Gas, the cooperation between our two divisions. The project started in 2017 with the ideation, and 2018 the concept, and from 19 to 2022 the execution, and since 2023 is in commercial operation. So Linde in this project developed the bunkering system, the bunkering tower, and the storage, onboard storage of the ferry. In this case is with liquid hydrogen on board, and the capacity on board is around about 4 tons of liquid hydrogen. And the loading system can load in, let's say, with a capacity of around about 3 tons per hour. So in 1 hour or something less than 1 hour, the bunkering operation can be completed. This is an interesting example of maritime application of hydrogen. It's a special case because it's what we call back-to-base example of mobility. So the end user, in this case the ferry, comes back always at the same base to refuel. So this is the easiest example to develop, let's say, an infrastructure, of course. Thinking about maritime opportunities, of course, we have to think about distributed points of infrastructure, so a distributed infrastructure. And this will hopefully come together with the users, together with the vessels. Okay, so as I said, we have a long story, a long experience, the complete range of solutions, compressed gas, liquid hydrogen, and we can serve all of this end user. It can be 350 bar storage, it can be 700 bar storage, it can be liquid hydrogen. The choice it will come from the market, it will come from the operators and the end users, and we are happy to be to help and to bring the solutions that could be suitable for them. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. No, it's not. It's the clicker I need, because I will take the opportunity to go back to your previous slide, so we can start discussing these. In your slide, you have application, and in application, you can see cars, buses, aircraft, train. And actually, I don't see yachts. I don't see boats. It's not a question to you. It's why it's not happening. It's a very simple question to all of you. We've got all the solutions. We know the solutions exist. We've got people willing to invest into developing networks. We've got even the possibility to develop bunkering at sea. We know it's not allowed for hydrogen, but technically it's something that maybe you could think about. And yet, we still do not have the relevant infrastructure in place. We've got self-contained solutions with Pumpy. We've got Nat Power's network going around Italy to start with, and yet it's not happening. why? And then the second question is, when will it happen? To all of you.
So we are part of Ammonia Energy Association, where we look at those type of questions, and people like Exmar and NYK and MOL who are doing the shipping of cargo, they have a clear answer to you, which is, for example, if you take ammonia, the technology is there, we have the motors, we have the how to handle it and so on, and it costs, say, plus 30% on the cargo from China to whatever. 30%. So who is paying? That is the question. So either you have the carbon tax that force the industry to make a balance of the cost, or it has to be the next people in the food chain who pay. For example, if Nike or Apple or whoever is paying for a piece of a good that is transported, maybe it's only a few euro, a few cents of euro per product, and that will pay the plus 30% on the cost.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that, and it goes back to what Alessio said about you need the business case in a way, you need the market, but the problem is always the same, and we've known that for the past 6 years since we've had these conferences. It's a chicken and egg story. You're saying that Linde has got the capability to do it all, but won't be really doing it until there's enough business case to make it happen. Whereas Nat Power is actually trying to do it the other way around, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we are trying to break this loop of this chicken and egg situation. And in order to answer to your question, actually, it is happening. Okay? It's not that we are working in an environment that is not accepting the use of hydrogen. It is happening. I mean, here we have 3 boats, we have IREX here, we have iNaval, there is Dama Blue somewhere. There are shipyards already actively providing what is needed. Okay? The technology we have seen in the previous panel is ready. We are also working with some large shipyards. San Lorenzo already have 50 meters the methanol that is up and running. There is here Fed ship that is a great example of advanced R&D in hydrogen. And there is Baglietto that will have 65 meters with 600 kilos of hydrogen on board in the next couple of years. We need to be a little bit patient because it takes time to evolve the market. It takes time, as Claude was mentioning, to have the proper validation from the authorities. We are managing different concessions procedures, and it's not an easy task. Okay? It takes time. And it takes time also to having the regulators digesting what is happening on the market. But it is happening. Okay? And having Inocell with a 50 knots boat already available, it's even more than what we expected from the market in this period.
When you say it takes time, what do you think is going to be the timeline then? For, I would say, a decent infrastructure in place to be able to help drive the market further?
We strongly believe that as soon as you have an infrastructure, or as soon as you have the ability to provide the needed services, we have a partnership with Linde, and it's more than 1.5 years that we are trying our best to do what is needed in order to demonstrate to the shipyards and to the yacht owners that the availability of hydrogen, even today, is not an issue. But I don't know how long does it take. It can take 1 year, it can take 5 years, but this is not the problem. I think that all of us, because we are part of the same ecosystem, we need to evangelize the market in order to create the evidence that the technology is there. The infrastructure is coming, but in terms of availability of green hydrogen, this is not the main obstacle. Main obstacles are the mindset of people, is the low development of the regulations, but it's part of the game. You know, it took more than 100 years having the infrastructure of oil refueling station that we have today. So we cannot think that we will do the same in a matter of a couple of years.
You said it's part of the people mindset and obviously the regulator and the authorities. Chloe, you said that it took you, 2 years to be able to actually get to the stage of having your station available. How is that changing now? Is that really evolving faster now, or?
Yes, actually, when you do it concretely, it's changed because you show that it's possible to make it. It's not a fiction. But basically, the started for me is to have a robust technical solution. We need to answer and to listen what is the constraints, as I told you earlier, of the port authority. It's so different to think in a port than in land because it's a public. First of all, it's a public place, so you have call-off project. You're not arriving like, yeah, I can pay and it's enough. No, it's a long process. So it's the first thing for me. And then you need to be aware of the full value chain. And at the same level for me, you have the technical solution on the port with infrastructure, and we need to bet on it, and it's what we are doing with Pumpy. And at the same time, you have the ship owner and operator, and we are talking a lot with them. And as I told you, they need few things, but it's really important. First of all, they need to have reliable technology on the boat, actually. And then they need to be certified by maritime authority, and it's a long way. It's depending in France where you are different commission, and one of them are okay with the boat, and another one in the north, it's not okay. So we really need to align everything and to conformize everything. After that, as I told you, when you are trying to develop an infrastructure, you need to bring with that the accessibility to the molecule. When I'm talking with a ship owner, they're like, okay, Chloe, it's really nice, but are you sure you can deliver every day? Every day? At what price can you deliver? Okay? And if I'm not base to base, as a passenger boat, how can I do? If I'm buying a small yacht, as you are doing with Efira, okay, can I go to Corsica? Can I go to Italy? Can I go? So it's an ambition, so it's taking time, but we need to be aware of all those points. It's not possible to make it without, and actually, I think it's important for me to tell you that I'm not really dogmatic about hydrogen. I think hydrogen, it's not still relevant. It's really depending the use case. For example, I perfectly know that passenger boat that we have all around the coast doing, for example, Porquerolles, les Îles des Reims in Cannes, we know perfectly that those boats are really relevant with hydrogen solution, and they are really important. Why? Even for producer of hydrogen, because they can build all the value chain. Because when you consume 200 kilos of hydrogen per day, okay, it's not a car with 5 kilos, you know? So we need to bet on it, and it's what we are doing. And those two things with infrastructure and ship owner talking are coming together.
Okay, what you said, there's two things here. One is obviously to have the use case. We know for heavy maritime traffic, I mean, shuttles and all that, it's relevant. But what you mentioned before, Philippe, was about 30% extra cost, right? Obviously, for these, the additional cost will end up being into the ticket price of the passenger at some point. Who's bearing that charge? And to make it happen, will someone incentivize or make it happen, whether it's a regulation, the government, to help it? Because if there's no market case because it becomes too expensive, we're going to delay the process even further. I mean, what's your view on the fact that a few years ago when we started these sessions, we expected the price of green hydrogen to be 5, 7, 8, 9 euros a kilo. The reality of distribution of a kilogram of hydrogen, I don't know how much Linde is charging, but it's very expensive nowadays. So that is not happening and is not helping, right? How much are you charging the delivery of a kilo of hydrogen?
Oh, no. The hydrogen, yes, no, this is a very good question. And the answer is not easy, no?
It's tricky.
It's tricky. No, but the important point is hydrogen is a zero-emission energy vector. It's not a fuel, it's an energy vector. Zero emission means zero emission. So it can be produced by natural gas. Natural gas is seen as a clean fuel. Also for Europe, so on. Many states are supporting natural gas as a clean fuel, LNG. So, in principle, hydrogen produced by steam reforming of methane is a clean energy vector. And we have benchmarks and calculations that what is called gray hydrogen, so hydrogen produced from steam methane reforming is can reduce 30% the CO2 emissions compared to fossil fuels. So we can already reduce 30% CO2 emissions using gray hydrogen. And this is a pity that this is not supported or accepted because it would be an easier transition. We are speaking about a transition. We don't want to make a big leap, a jump. We don't want to make, let's say, something start to run when we could start walk safely, no? So one comment is we could start with gray hydrogen, which is of course cheaper, and we can introduce green hydrogen. And the problem is not the cost of transport or the cost of the infrastructure, the cost of production or liquefaction, because the liquefaction can bring benefit because you don't have to compress in the tube trailer and you don't have to compress at the filling station once the hydrogen is delivered to the refueling station. So the real challenge is the cost of energy. If we want to introduce green hydrogen, we are telling that we want to use green energy, renewable energy. And renewable energy cost has to go down. So Europe, member states should support the development of renewable energy to bring down the cost of renewable energy. So we will have more affordable green hydrogen. One comment again, another comment. I said infrastructure, the cost of infrastructure can be not relevant for a business case because, as we said, if the infrastructure is fully loaded, if we use it, if it is designed for 400 kilograms per day, 1 ton per day, 2 ton per day, and it operates at this level, then the cost of infrastructure is paid off by the operation. The hydrogen produced by electricity is, let's say, can be green if the electricity is renewable. If we look at other hydrogen colors, there is the pink or something like that. I don't remember the color. Hydrogen produced from energy produced from nuclear power. So this is pink. This is more or less zero emission. Okay. So the problem is the energy mix.
Fine, but you haven't answered the question.
Okay.
And we can go through
the cost of hydrogen.
The colors.
No, I can answer. The cost of green hydrogen can be easily 2 or 3 times or 5 times the cost of gray hydrogen, depending on the energy cost.
So gray hydrogen. How much is a kilo of gray hydrogen today? Delivered to your boat?
10 let's say, in the level of 10 euro per kilograms.
For grey hydrogen?
More or less.
And so green hydrogen will be like 20 or 30?
Product and delivery, complete. Okay. So, no, but 10, 12, okay? plus the cost of infrastructure. The green hydrogen cost can be 5 times, up to 5 times.
Philippe, one last comment, and then Eric, because you haven't spoken much, and then we'll have 1 or 2 questions, and we'll make it very short coffee break afterwards.
Just 2 points. One, in the end, we are doing this for the green effect emissions. And the grey is cheap, but in terms of carbon emission, it's not that good. It's even worse than running on fossil. So, to be debatable, because that's dependent on what you take into account and so on. So the question on the colors, so what is cheaper or more cost efficient is blue, which is the gray, where you remove the CO2 after. And okay, for your information, and that's my second point, the colors, so green fully coming from renewable, blue which is from gas, but removing the CO2, etc., and the pink from nuclear. Actually, we are going away from those color coding. We are talking about only carbon intensity, and that's what matters. And that is linked to the carbon tax, and that's the RED III regulation from Europe and so on. That's the target, carbon intensity, no colors.
Yeah, that was to please the French and the nuclear power, but it works. Eric, one last comment or thoughts about these challenges?
Yeah, I think as I started with the drivers, what's driving you to actually do this? We have an agreement with a producer of hydrogen in Norway. We can get that for €5. So it's not that expensive. It's more the availability and the incentive. Why should anyone go into this? And look at Norway that did electrify the cars. Lot of incentives, no tax. You can use the bus lines, no parking, no toll. And then we have now 50-60% of the car park is electric. And every 8 or 9 cars that's bought, it's electric now. Compared to Denmark, that actually had incentives in the start and then cut it and they stopped all the sales of electric cars. So I think incentives and regulations, the carrot and the stick.
The usual. Well, Norway is rich, by the way, thanks to oil. As a side note, there's a couple of questions from the audience. No, you already had your questions before. So I have a mic. Okay, so a couple of questions. Then you can carry on the conversations between during the coffee breaks as well. Okay, there's one here, and maybe one there as well.
Hello, a question to Linda. How much are you producing hydrogen for? What's your cost of production?
It should be on.
This one.
Okay. Okay, the microphone was not working because this is a question that could be answered in written form, receiving a request for quotation and negotiating the price. So, no, it's very difficult. No, as I said, I mentioned 10 euro per kilograms because this is the official price that you can see at refueling dispenser, for example, in a refueling station in Germany. So nowadays, I don't know, maybe it's 12 or something like that, more or less 10. It was 2-3 years ago, it was 9.9. This was a political price, no? Because it was a part of public funding and investment from Linde to create a network of refueling stations in Germany and in Europe. So it's difficult to answer which. If I understood correctly, the question was, what is the price of hydrogen, right?
hydrogen, and also, oh, sorry, there we go. How much of the price is transportation and infrastructure to deliver it?
Okay, this is even more sensible price segmentation into our business. So, okay, it depends. It depends on where is the hydrogen source, where is the user, let's say the customer, on the amount of hydrogen, which is the, let's say, most convenient way to deliver. As I mentioned, it can be bulk deliveries with compressed trailers. It can be liquid hydrogen with road tankers. It can be pipeline, or it can be on-site production of hydrogen at the customer site. So it's really hard to answer.
Thanks.
And also the geography is important, because energy prices in Italy is different from energy prices in Norway or in France or in Germany. So it's a really, really hard question to answer.
Thanks. Yeah, let's try and keep that conversation. You can have it during coffee break. There's one last question.
Hello, this is Al Darth Vader. I'm an investor, and we had an opportunity to invest in a hydrogen hypersonic aerospace. And I brought it to the investor, who actually was from Friedrichshafen, where the Zeppelin airship came from. Also, the engine makers were there. And the first thing he said was, "Have you not heard of the Zeppelin with hydrogen?" And do you think that this old, like, bad publicity for hydrogen is still hanging over the industry? Because the engineer explained that it was actually much safer, it's lighter, it doesn't go down and burn people, it would actually go up in the air. And so do you think there needs to be more evangelizing of the technology, which I think the gentleman on the left had mentioned?
Yeah. Shall I answer? So okay, the public acceptance is a topic for sure, because in the last conference I joined, one of the conference leader showed a picture of the Zeppelin. No, engineers, we as engineers, we know what happened at that time. No, if helium would have been available, they would have used helium for this Zeppelin. If you go at this Friedrichshafen Zeppelin site, now they use helium supplied by Linde. So this is the right way to operate this airships. That case was, of course, a disaster. And for us, safety is the first priority, always. And as I told, we have more than 140 years experience in the industry, and the industry where we have the highest safety standards, like refineries, oil refineries, offshore platforms, operations, terminals. So you can figure out we have really the top standard in safety. And what can happen if you don't apply the safety requirements? You could have electrostatic charges, you could have flammable paint on the airship. That was the cause of the disaster, of course. No, so electrostatic charge plus flammable paint plus flammable gas inside. You can. Unfortunately, it happened. But our effort is to guarantee that we bring always the highest safety standards. Even Andrea, even when we refill the boat here, we prepare the site, we discuss, we evaluate safety, we make everything at the top level of safety. You can even taking extra measures that maybe are not required in the industry, because we are working in public areas. Just to complete. And the acceptance or the sensitiveness on safety is different from culture to culture, country to country. Also, the regulations are different from country to country. So we are aware of that, and we are compliant with that, and we try to get the most stringent requirements that we have in being a worldwide company.
Alessio, I'm going to have to cut you.
Every time they cut me.
Now I know. Okay, next time I'll do that earlier then. Andrea, one last comment and then we're off.
To share a couple of things around discussion. Before starting investing in this global infrastructure, we made our own homework, and we ran a survey including 500 yacht owners, asking them what about the future with no noise, no vibration, no smoke, and all of them, 98%, they said we want sustainable boats. The 2% they didn't understand the question, I think. But the main answer that was good for us was about the availability of paying a premium price on the hydrogen as an energy vector, and all of them they agreed that the price is not an issue because. Especially in this market, we're talking about the reputation in having the impact on the reputation in having a sustainable boat instead of continuing polluting. The second thing is that if we continue to compare the price of hydrogen, considering the multiply of 3.2 compared with the price of diesel, because in terms of energy density, hydrogen is 3.2 times more than diesel. This is not the way, because we need to consider that most of the hydrogen boats today have fuel cells systems on board, and comparing endothermic engine to a fuel cell is absolutely the wrong way, because you have more efficiency on board using fuel cells compared to standard endothermic engine. So we should have a discussion about the autonomy, about how much having 100 miles, nautical miles using hydrogen instead of diesel will cost.
Thank you. Yeah, we're a bit off track here because we were meant to stay on infrastructure, but never mind. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your contribution. I think it was quite relevant and interesting. So we do have a break, but very short, please. We make it 15 minutes so that you can take a breath of fresh air, or hot air, actually. Thank you. engineer on the Energy Observer. Thank you, Eva.
Ça marche. Et pour repasser en arrière, c'est celui-là en arrière, c'est celui-là en arrière. Ok, parfait. Et je peux commencer Okay. Hello, I'm Eva from Energy Observer. I just joined the team as an energy engineer for my internship. You may know about Energy Observer from its past 7 years trips around the world with a vessel powered exclusively by hydrogen and renewable energies, whether it be solar, wind, or hydro generation. So here a quick glimpse of that extraordinary journey around the world. So from Guyana to California, we went to the equivalent of 3 times around the world with our boat. So you can find this video on internet to see the entire trip. So Energy Observer is ahead of other projects with always a desire to explore new energy mix, energy architectures. So I'm going to explain to you and to present you the different boats that we have developed or that we are developing right now. So let's begin with EO1, so the boat that you have just seen on the videos. So 30 meters long, 12 meters width. So here is the energy chain. So the main energy on this boat is solar energy that we are going to collect thanks to different kind of solar panels on the deck of the boat. So the solar panels are going to charge the batteries for the electrical propulsion or for the live on board. The vessel features two ocean wings, which are sails inspired of airplane wings. And when we are going to use the ocean wings, we are going to be able to reverse the propellers of the boat to generate electricity thanks to hydro generation. So to charge the batteries, it's another source of electrical energy on board. And when our batteries are going to be at 100%, what can we do with this extra solar energy? We are going to produce hydrogen. So this boat is innovative thanks to its complete offshore hydrogen from production to generation of electricity. So we are going to take the seawater and to desalinize it. And then thanks to an electrolysis, we are going to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And then it's going to be compressed and stored on board. And when the batteries are going to drop below 30%, we are going to extend the autonomy of the boat thanks to our hydrogen stored and a fuel cell to produce electricity. So what about hydrogen on board? So hydrogen is at the gas form at 350 bars. 62 kilograms of hydrogen is transported, so it's the equivalent of 1 megawatt of energies. So to put that into perspective, if we want to have the same amount of additional energy on board, thanks to electrical batteries, 12 tons of electrical batteries will be required against 2 tons of hydrogen-related technology. So this is where the interest of hydrogen is. We need between 7 to 10 days to complete entirely our fuel tank. And so to explode the hydrogen on board, we are going to use a low temperature fuel cell for its easy start and stop management, and is not sensible to vibrations, which is very important when we are working in complex environments like on the boats. But the limit of this kind of fuel cell is the necessity to have a high quality of hydrogen. So we are going to need, for example, many steps of desalination and a very good electrolysis to not deteriorate our fuel cell. And for the moment, it's very difficult to revalue the heat because it works around 60 degrees. So Energy Observer 1 was a laboratory. So the goal is to try many technologies and then to apply them on the real cargo ship. So this is what Energy Observer 2 is about. Cargo with liquid hydrogen. So we are going this time to fuel the boat with liquid hydrogen to then, thanks to low temperature fuel cells developed with the first boat and with Toyota, produce electricity for the electrical propulsion, for the referees containers, so if we have cold merchandise, and for the live on board. We are going to have a backup safety genset, so with diesel, if we need to boost the performance of a peak demand on the boat. So here the hydrogen is liquid, and we have an autonomy of 14 days because this boat is designed for intra-European itinerary with already a road already designed in Europe. And so the supplier is EODev with Jérémy Lagarrigue as the president. So nowadays, the project was already awarded by 40 million euros thanks to an European fund. And the next step is to find an European freight forwarder with enough merchandise volume to operate the boat. So with Energy Observer 1 and Energy Observer 3, we have been able to see the limits of hydrogen storage, hydrogen technology, and so to always with this will to explore a new architecture, energy architecture and energy mix, we are going to test, thanks to a new boat, Energy Observer 3, a boat fueled by ammonia. So with the same size. So here ammonia is going to play two kinds of roles. First is going to be a fuel for the motor internal combustion 100 ammonia, and is going to be used as a hydrogen vector. So thanks to a cracker, we are going to produce hydrogen then on board for low temperature fuel cell, the PMFC, and high temperature fuel cell, the SOFC. We are going to find on these boats technology that have been relevant on the first boat, like the ocean wings and solar panels to charge the battery. So here, first question, why ammonia? Ammonia has better energetic volumic density, and it has closer ambient condition of storage, so easier to storage on the boat. Moreover, it's the second most used chemical compound in the world, so all the transportation and all the storage infrastructure are well developed worldwide, which is not the case nowadays with hydrogen, because half of the hydrogen production is for ammoniac production. The flammability range of ammoniac is narrower than hydrogen's, so it makes it safer in some respects. But the challenge with hydrogen, with ammonia, will be one, the toxicity, and two, the fine particles, the NOx particle that we can have after the combustion in the motor. And here we have chosen to add a high temperature fuel cell in addition of the low temperature fuel cell. So why? Because here it's relevant. High temperature fuel cells are going to be more tolerant of impurities. So where the cracker can let some trace of ammonia. Moreover, it's possible in the future to have a multi-fuel cell with this kind of high temperature fuel cell. And is here going to be able, we are going to be able to revalue the heat and to have a thermal loop with the cracker and the high temperature fuel cell. But one of the limits of the high temperature fuel cell is it's a long rise, it needs a long rise in temperature, so we need to pair it with another technology like a motor, for example. So the solution is not unique to decarbonize the maritime sector. So this is why we are exploring multiple solutions with Energy Observer 1, with a complete offshore hydrogen production chain, and Energy Observer 2 with liquid storage on board, and Energy Observer 3 with ammoniac. Nowadays, we are still looking for partners for the next expedition with Energy Observer 3, so we can meet on the boat today or tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Fascinating Energy Observer 1 and fascinating Energy Observer 3 as well, I think. What's interesting is what you said about ammonia, and now trying ammonia on board and combining solutions. I think it's been the reality and the conclusions of most of our conferences over the past few years is the combination of solutions that will provide the real response. And in order to get into that combination of solutions, Eva mentioned SOFC as a potential solution, high temperature solid oxide fuel cells. In fact, this is part of our next panel session. And so moving beyond gas, talking about liquid hydrogen and solid state hydrogen as well. I'd like to call Pierre Tipner from Forvia, who is the line director of the cryogenic hydrogen storage business line. Pierre, please welcome on board. Martin Kalecki, who is the product manager for marine systems at Chart Industries. Welcome, Martin. Spencer Ashley, who is the innovation director at Plus Zero. Welcome. Where is coming? Okay. And Axel Guigou, who is the sales director at Minkatech Energy. And Olivier Pollman, who is the team manager at TU Delft Hydromotion team, one of the teams that actually has been part of the Energy Boat Challenge for many years. Welcome all. Oh, good. We've got a concrete illustration on stage. So, quick reminder, please be short, so that we can then have a conversation as well. And you want me to do the clicker, or you're fine with that, or you want to hold the clicker?
No, you can do it. You
all
can
right.
For us.
Okay, so welcome all. Thank you for joining us. And Pierre, if you'd like to get started.
So hello everyone, and thanks for inviting us here and organizing this nice event. So I would like to give you a couple of words on Forvia first. So Forvia is an automotive supplier that is providing several solutions that you have in your car, like seating, interior of the car, and many other things. But among that, we have a division called Clean Mobility that is taking care of reducing the emissions of the cars, trucks and so forth, but also a division related to hydrogen. And in that sense, we started in 2018 working on a storage system for hydrogen. So this is us, even 16, sorry. So our goal is to become, of course, a leader in the storage system for mobility. And we are here today because we are also trying to understand better what is your needs and how we can be the kind of bridge between mobility on Earth, but also on maritime. We have a global footprint, as you can see. We are in several countries. We have already made more than the equivalent of 34 million kilometers with our tanks. So, and delivered more than 70,000 tanks, hydrogen tanks so far. We have several activities. So the one that you can see here on the screen is, first of all, delivering solutions for mobility, so for trucks, light commercial vehicle, and so forth. We have also a MEGC storage system, so with a partnership together with H2 Energy that you might have heard, a Swiss company that is providing green logistic. So from, as we discussed before, you know, with the ecosystem that you need, from the production of the molecule to the distribution. And we are delivering the tanks for it. Then the part that you see also with the sports car, so we are working on alternative storage of hydrogen. So one very important, and that we heard already a lot, is liquid hydrogen. And for this, we developed solutions for trucks, but also now for motorsport, which is the next one where you need performance, and we are developing the tanks for that. And the last things that we are providing is the kind of engineering services. So as a big company, so we are more than 150,000 people in the world, 15,000 engineers. So we can also support in developing the solutions related to hydrogen in the system perspective. So with simulation, testing, and vehicle equipping.
Thank you.
And the next one, maybe, I don't know if we use it now, this one, or I can comment it quickly, but we might come back afterwards. This is to introduce the topic of today related to the different storage systems that we are talking about. Of course, on the map, you will have the main performances, so gravimetric and volumetric efficiency, which is very important for the integration. But there are, and you see that liquid is better than gaseous, but they have also their compromise. When we are talking about dormancy, for example, with liquid, I think this is a topic we will touch. Also with solid state, the process complexity to refill it or to defuel it. So we think that there is no best solution, but they will be adapted to their use case. And then, quickly, but we might discuss this, we try to make the analogy or the parallel between mobility that we are developing further and what's happening on the water. I can already, let's say, change a bit the slide when you see leisure boats. So we see with iNaval, Inocel, and Efira that actually this is already real, and battery electric vehicle is not the best one for this kind of purpose. So I promise I will modify it. But we see this also for different use cases. So, and I guess we will talk more about it during the panel session. So, thank you.
Thank you. Nice and short. Well done. Thank you. Martin?
In last conference, I've been asked which alternative fuel will ultimately win the race from the alternative fuels. My answer to that, and I still believe it is, that none of them or all of them. Because all of the fuels are in the toolbox and they have their own purposes and their own applications. In liquid hydrogen, we believe the liquid hydrogen in that toolbox is one of the sharpest tools. And Chart Industries, I would like to ask you, who knows Chart Industries? Who heard about them? Right, few of them. So we would like to change it from now on, because we are very active in a field of industrial gases, and from now on we are very active also in Chart Marine business. So we are in liquid hydrogen business for decades. We started in 1960s when space rockets start to fly to the space. We supplied liquid hydrogen tanks and systems for those applications. Until today, we supplied more than 900 large engineered liquid hydrogen tanks, which is equivalent to 90%, more than 90% of the global fleet of the large hydrogen storage tanks. Our team is formed by 11,500 people spread across the globe in 64 manufacturing locations, delivering more than $4 billion last year. You can see our liquid hydrogen tank representation on the bottom. We can supply for maritime purposes in the range of 20 to 1,700 cubic meters of liquid hydrogen storage. This equates to the mass of 1.4 tons up to 122 tons of liquid hydrogen in those storage tanks. By the chemical energy wise, it is from 46 megawatt hours until 4.1 gigawatt hour of the energy. For the yachting purposes, very simple example for the smallest energy range, that 1.4 tons can fit into the 20 feet ISO container. And if you put it on your yacht, 50 meters long yacht, and you sail from Monaco to Sardinia, you can do it by this energy supply and also enjoy another 2 nights of supplying energy for your hotel load from the fuel cells. There is the problem of a chicken and egg problem in the value chain. And my take from the industry now is that many producers of the liquid hydrogen are waiting for their investment into the value chain and are waiting for the off-takers to make the decisions, and off-takers are waiting for the fuel availability. as a chart, we are supplying all those stages, equipment for all those stages, for the liquefaction, for the transportation of liquid hydrogen, for the bunkering, fueling of the ships, and the propulsion systems as well. We are molecule agnostic. We do not sell the molecule. We do not own the molecule. We supply the steel and the equipment. In the next slide, there is a showcase of our flagship. This is my baby for the last 3 years. It is SHIPE's project. It is supported by European Union, and it is formed by 13 members of our consortium. We are developing this mobile swappable tank for ocean cruiser. We are partnering with Viking Ocean Cruises, and you know they announced their ocean cruisers hydrogen-powered for next year, 2 of them, and we are proudly supporting this. It is a 45 feet mobile tank, which can carry 2.5 tons of liquid hydrogen, one of it, and the fuel gas supply system is sized for 3 megawatts supply towards the fuel cell. The concept of the design is that you can take the container, fill it in the liquefaction facility, bring it to the port, and load it directly on board of the ship. There is no bunkering needed for this solution. Because in these projects we show render pictures. Actually, for the first time, I wanted to show you the real pictures from the production. You can see the prototype down here that we are already manufacturing the first unit. But to give you even more confidence how stakeholders are investing in this industry is that the main message is we are producing 4 units in parallel right now, and there will be much more in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Yeah. Very promising. Very promising. We'll discuss further what sizes of yachts and how we can look at, and what's been done already on yachts, in fact, about liquid hydrogen. Right, Spencer, you're next.
Hi, I'm Spencer Ashley, Innovation Director at Plus Zero, and we are a fairly new company from Scotland, and we punch slightly higher than we should do. The reason for this is we are big collaborators. We collaborate with a lot of companies within Hydrogen Scotland, and we are a little bit unique. We produce hydrogen at 2 sites within Scotland, one in the Western Isles and one at the Port of Leith in Edinburgh, in the capital, and we use curtailed energy for this. On top of that, we distribute hydrogen. We sell to Marks and Spencers for their trucks. We sell to Balfour Beatty for their gritters, road menders, and various other equipment on site. And on top of that, we manage the whole fuel delivery system, from putting in the pumps, managing the safety systems, staff training, etc. On top of that, we go a stage further and we own and produce our own hydrogen-powered combustion gensets, which we use to power music festivals such as Hebcelt, the Edinburgh Fringe, some of the Edinburgh festivals, and on top of that we deploy these on building sites around Scotland. It allows us to get involved with other companies in new technologies consistently, and one of the things we are investigating at the moment is solid state hydrogen. It's something I've worked with for over 20 years, and it has lots of advantages. This is not the silver bullet everybody's looking for. It is just one tool in the box where it is appropriate. One of the big things is it is low pressure systems. Everything you see here will run at 1 bar. It can be connected with Jubilee clips, very easy to use and install. It doesn't require high pressure piping, and it's incredibly energy dense. Now, I've done a show and tell today because I thought this was better than slides. So here we have one of our standard rechargeable metal hydride packs. This holds 100 grams of hydrogen, which is about 1.5 kilowatts, and it will recharge itself at low pressure with no compression off a small electrolyser rig, such as the project we do with Heriot-Watt University, where they've got a toy solar farm, a small electrolyser, and we can charge half a dozen of these up and use the energy instead of lithium batteries. These are about 10% more dense than a lithium battery, and they're safe to handle. Students can play with them, and we're starting to put these into lots of universities around Scotland to allow students to be able to play with hydrogen and learn about it in a safe way. But this means the public can do it too, because the volumes and the release rates are very specifically low. Doesn't suit every application, great for fuel cells, great for small combustion engines. On the right here, we have some very exciting technology from America, from South Carolina, and these are called Imogen packs. Now this is a different solid state hydrogen. This is chemical reaction pack. So this is what everyone on YouTube has been dreaming of. Add water, hydrogen comes out the other end. The packs are fully rechargeable. This has got 8 kilowatt hours in an 8 kilo pack. So a very exciting metrics and density, and very easy to handle. Now, we'll actually be doing a live demonstration at 2:30 outside at the Vital Spark to show this H-pack running a small combustion engine. And the point of this is we're demonstrating what we do at the Port of Leith in Edinburgh. We take wastewater from the water treatment plant, we purify it using heat and forward osmosis. We even construct the plants for water whelm. We then use that water to electrolyse to make hydrogen on site, and then we can move the hydrogen around site and use our big combustion engines to cold iron the tugs. So we're doing a mini demonstration of this, but today we're interested in solid state hydrogen as another way of looking at how we store energy. You can throw this in a fire and nothing happens. You'll get a small jet, and as it gets hotter, it will seal itself up and poison itself and die. You can drop them, you can kick them around. They're pretty robust. However, they are more difficult in large scale-ups. So in units where you're looking at under 10 kilowatts of power, these make perfect sense for portable hydrogen. On the other hand, these packs here can be scaled up to run our great big 200 kVA gensets. So this makes a different situation as solid state storage, but these aren't rechargeable on site. These have to be sent back to factory to be reprocessed and sent back to us. So a little more value chain in this one, but it shows that there are different ways of looking at hydrogen beyond what we currently use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Can't wait to see actual demonstrations, but it's pretty impressive. Thank you. Axel.
Hi everyone, so I'm Axel Chatin-Gigou from Minkatech Energy, and it's a pleasure for me to be there and to follow the presentation of Zero Plus, because my objective is to increase awareness about an alternative of the hydrogen storage, which is not liquid, which is not compressed, but which is solid, because it's a different way which brings many advantages, and that could be a very great opportunity to decarbonize river and maritime industry. And I'm proud to be there to show this groundbreaking solution that will arrive very soon on the market. And main advantages are the safety, as you explained. There is no high pressure compared to compressed gas, and no need of very low temperature as required for the liquefied hydrogen storage. In terms of pressure, as explained by Zero Plus, we have an equilibrium in between the gaseous state and the solid state at very low temperature, as it is 10 bar. So 10 bar, this is something that is very, very small. And this will help also for the social acceptability of the hydrogen, not only for maritime sector, but for all other sectors. I will explain to you, because I'm sure that in the assembly not so much people know how it works. In the tank, like this one, and we have something similar, there is inside a metallic powder that have the reversible capability to absorb and release the hydrogen at low temperature, at low pressure, sorry, and at ambient temperature. So it's a system really efficient. In terms of possibility of refueling, because we had the panel before talking about refueling for the maritime industry, this technology of solid hydrogen storage brings the advantages to have the possibility to bring hydrogen at a very low pressure, which already exists easily at with the trailer of 200 bars, for example. So with a cost which is reduced. All around the system is also reduced, as we have no high pressure One other thing which could be important for the maritime sector is that we often have space limitation and space constraints in the boat. What brings the hydrogen storage is the possibility to be under deck, as I've written here, close to the border of the ship. So we can imagine a different way to store hydrogen into the boat in a safer way and with a great volumic density to answer your question point in your chart. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. Nice, interesting. We'll see how is that moving forward and how fast and how expensive also it may be. Last but not least, Olivier, from TU Delft Hydromotion team. You've been here a few times. So tell us about you and your projects.
Yeah, so my name is Oliver. I'm the team manager at the Hydromotion team. I might be a bit of the odd one out here, but I'm actually the team manager of a student team. So our team consists of 25 students from the TU Delft, from all various backgrounds. And each year we design, build, and race a boat that's powered by sustainable, innovative technologies. We started out 20 years ago by building solar-powered boats. And eventually in 2014, we also started competing here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. And in 2019, we won here. And then we thought, what might be the next step? And at that point, we saw a lot of potential in hydrogen. So we switched to hydrogen compressed at 350 bar, which gave us great success because in 2023, we also won here in the open sea class, competing against companies who had made boats mostly powered by batteries. But we actually won here as a student team with a boat powered completely by hydrogen and hydrofoils, which allowed us also to save a lot of energy. So what have we been doing for the past year? Well, it's also why I'm here at this conference about solid state and liquid hydrogen. We have actually implemented a liquid hydrogen system in less than a year. At the start of the year, we researched into what the other possibilities to hydrogen compressed were. And we looked at liquid hydrogen and we thought that this was a viable option for us to implement in a year, but it was also a solution that could be implemented in the sector in the coming years. Because that's essentially what we want to do. We want to show the world that if 25 students come together and can do it in a year, that we can get this sector to also do this. You can see in the picture, we started designing the boat with more value to use liquid hydrogen instead of compressed hydrogen. And I also have some pictures of our boats that we built in the past year. So on the left picture, you see our tank, which we have helped design. And it holds about 7.8 kilograms of hydrogen, and it's about 110 liters, compared to our compressed hydrogen tank, which is also around 8 kilos, but it's 350 liters. So that's a very stark difference. And on the right, you can see what we can achieve with hydrogen. It's a boat powered by hydrogen, and you can see us foiling. Now, obviously, for some of the bigger ships, foiling is not really an option. But that's not the message we want to send. We want to give the message to the world that the technology for hydrogen or liquid hydrogen is already here. And we work together with so many companies who have so much knowledge that we can bring it together. But it's because we work together with more than 100 companies to be able to do this in a year. But we know that the knowledge is there and that we can do it if people start to take this challenge.
Thank you. Indeed, a very strong message with interesting technologies. Very quick question to all of you. Obviously, we have two sides or two types of technologies here of hydrogen storage, whether it's liquid or it's solid state. What are the complexities, challenges, or difficulties in turning that into a broader scale I would say, a solution that would be available for the yachting industry or generally the marine industry. Seemingly from your experience, it should be there, right? But maybe it's not that simple. Whoever wants to jump on it first, you all got a mic.
I can start, yeah. As you say, I think it's important to mention that those two technologies, they are ready. So this is something that you can use. And what I will add is, it will really depend on the use case. So it could go also with education and make sure that the guys that are using hydrogen, they are using the right storage as well. And we could have the same debate about internal combustion engine or fuel cell and so forth. So it's just to make the right choice for your application. And afterwards, we will not enter in the debate of what we discussed before with the availability of the molecule and so forth. This is aside. But there are two technologies, gaseous 700 bar or 350 or 80 that are available. On our side, this would be.
I think I'd like to say that one of the key things about the products we have here, the solid state technology, just like the liquid hydrogen, this isn't future. This isn't something we're going to get next year or the year after. This is now. These items here on this bench are commercially available. The one on the left we purchased deliberately commercially to come to this challenge, to show people that the technology is here, it's around there. All we have to do is use our imagination to integrate this into our next project. It's simply about getting the data sheets together and looking what solutions can it solve. This isn't about this is best, that's best, or what have you. It's about appropriate technology. Look at the situation. What do we need to achieve? How can we do that in the easy way with things we can buy today that have type approval, that have certification, so that we don't experience the last 20 years in getting this technology into boats, construction sites, and believe it or not, the most difficult is try a pop concert.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to mention, it personally warms my heart, what you do in TU Delft, Olivier. And to answer the question, for this, let's say, micro scale for liquid hydrogen, to bring it to the commercial side, like for tugboats or fishing boats, which goes for one day and they return to the port, the certification comes into this process, and the rules, specifically IGF code, is set up right now for the larger vessels, which does not really consider these very small applications. So, for example, the requirement for 15 days holding time, it's not really applicable further, and we could finally apply these applications for one-day voyages. For the other hand, when we take a look on all the shipping industry, lack of commitments from everybody. And this comes also for the knowledge-wise, what is liquid hydrogen, safety, reliability. And personally, we are now going on a journey to demystify the hydrogen, working with class societies and bring this to the wider audience that this is the way, and these solutions are already existing and they are waiting to be applied into the practice.
Talking about liquid hydrogen, you mentioned, Axel, before, the social acceptance. Do you feel that, think about the previous panel session, obviously in gas format, then there's a bit of a fear from the public, let's say, but this is not something that is really the case when it comes to liquid hydrogen, or is it's also still just because it's called hydrogen?
Maybe just one comment on gaseous, because even if it's a 700 bar, there is regulation, the Air 1334, that we have to survive as well. Those tests are really drastic. We have to make burst or survive bursts at twice the pressure or even more. We are doing cycling tests. So, to be honest, I will not talk about safety even for 700 bar. Even it can be scary, but the regulations are there, the validation are done, and now, as you can see, after now more or less 10 years of experience, this is working. So I will not use.
No, we're not worried. No, but I think no one in this room is actually worried.
Just to make sure.
But do you think that the fact that you've got a solution, whether it's solid state or liquid hydrogen, will help also with the social acceptance and the fact?
For liquid hydrogen, we stay low pressure by the code, maximum 10 bars as a design of the tank. several barriers of safety, double containment, control system, safety system, everything comes into the one package. When it's put into the operation on board of the ship, nobody needs to go in and make adjustments. Everything works automatically, so the safety concern is not really relevant for that.
And on the solid state storage solution, I mean, obviously when we talk about liquid hydrogen, we look at bigger ships, right? I mean, I think most people know that there is one sitting in Antibes that carries liquid hydrogen. It's called Breakthrough, a Fed ship. We'll probably talk about it afterwards, maybe. But the thing about liquid hydrogen is for big ships, right? Or let's say big yachts, more or less, in terms of use case. What about solid state? Is solid state also, to a certain extent, applicable to what's the size? How would you see the size of application in the marine side?
It can be used from small scale ships, pilot boats, etc., up to large cruise liners. These imaging packs here on the white ones, they can be scaled up to power 200 kVA units, and they can be scaled up within an engine room to feed as much as you want, really. So it's just a question, and a very compact. It's how we integrate it into people's minds now.
What about?
I will moderate a little bit because it will depend on the boat and the weight, the design. The boat has a design. There is a weight which is possible, and sometimes the technical solutions will go to the liquefied one, because it will be not so weight than the solid states. But for all the boat where we have space limitation, we will go to the solid states. And when you have passenger boat, I am convinced that we will go to solid states, because it will help for the citizens' acceptability to use a hydrogen boat.
So would you then see it as a solid state is also an improved or better solution when it comes to retrofitting existing boats and the possibility to shift to fuel cell with compared to liquid hydrogen that would be more practical when it comes to obviously initial design?
When you have hydrogen, solid hydrogen storage, this is a cylinder, so our cylinder 15 centimeters diameter. So retrofit of the boat, as you will be able to put all this tank everywhere where you like. You don't have a big cube to install in the different boats. So for retrofitting, yes, solid state, it's a good solution.
Okay. Oliver, you've done solid state on, you've done liquid hydrogen on a small boat. So what's your thoughts on liquid hydrogen on small yachts? What do you think of solid state? I mean, is like your next boat is going to be on solid state hydrogen? Maybe?
Well, the beauty but also the downside of our project is that each year our whole team switches. So the decision will not be up to me, but we're not done with perfecting our liquid hydrogen system. So there's a lot, well, not a lot, but there are some regulations to be found of liquid hydrogen on the bigger ships, and where to get approval for that. On smaller boats, nobody really has an answer for us. We've called around to almost every institution in the Netherlands, and they all pointed at someone else to get your approval. And we've contacted notified bodies, we've contacted everyone, and no one could give us an approval, or, well, also not the opposite. So that's also something that should be looked into, probably, is to make it more attainable, also for maybe the smaller teams or companies such as us.
Thank you. Very strong message indeed. One we quite know in this hydrogen society development. One last question for all of you before we switch to the next panel. Do you see that whether it's liquid hydrogen or solid state, basically will put an end to the possibility of compressed gas format, given the infrastructure refueling situation and complexities and timeline talked about in the previous panel? So especially in the maritime sector, is that I would say both of your solutions will actually mean that in a way, sorry, but maybe NAT Power doesn't need to actually put in place a full compressed gas refueling stations everywhere. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I will start. I think for the deployment, there will be different, I would say, level of maturity. So what we could start and what some are already doing is building ecosystems where, especially if you take the example of Monaco, you will have a refueling station, if you take gaseous, where you can use it, I don't know, for a bus fleet. Because nobody, I mean, there are already bus fleets running in several streets and nobody's really taking care if it's a 300 or 700 bar on the tank. And you could mutualize the investment for a city, for such a small ecosystem, and then you can use it for yacht or for smaller one. So I think using this ecosystem could be useful, and then you recycle also what you have invested to implement new technologies in the future. So, but it will go along with the time, I think.
Thank you.
I think our biggest cost as a gas distributor and producer is in the compression. So I get the most hassle and the most cost in the compression. So I get the most hassle and the most cost and the most reliability issues from the compression stations, the portable refuelers, moving them around, etc., meeting all the regulations, setting up ATEX zones. Removing high pressure makes my life so easy. Using solid state or liquid hydrogen, which is at low pressure distribution, transforms the whole value chain and makes it more accessible and closer to the liquid fuels people are used to in the current situation.
Thank you. And on this last note, unless somebody wants to add in this quickly.
Just maybe to add the one point regarding charging of hydrogen in solid form. It's a fast charging. So it makes possible to charge the boat, not necessarily on the port, very quickly with a low pressure tube trailer hydrogen.
Just to conclude, as Oliver mentioned, with all those notified bodies, the point is that if we want to move forward with hydrogen or with other fuels, no one is able to do it alone. There needs to be partnerships, alliances, and we need to share our knowledge together. And this is not a time for the market to compete against each other, but to push forward through the and deploy these references projects.
Thank you. Thank you, lady and gentlemen, as another session with one lady and 4 gentlemen. If you'd like to please stand for a round of applause and a photograph. Already announced the next panel session, which is going to be another interesting one about an alternative fuel. It's been very fashionable lately, especially in the yachting industry, with a few projects coming up using methanol. So is methanol the winning bet? Is what our next session and our next panelist will try and answer. And so I'm calling John Giacomo, Zino, who's the director of T. Mariotti Jean Super Yachts, to come on stage. We're going to have Dr. Bernhard Urban, who's the head of development and innovation from Lürsen, who's going to be joining us online. I don't know if he's already there or if he's joining soon. Simone Bruckner, who's the chief R&D officer at San Lorenzo shipyard, and Guido Loff, who's the head of R&D at Fedship, joining us on stage as well. So obviously we've got some big shipyards who've been working on methanol and other solutions as well. We were talking about Fedship earlier with the liquid hydrogen solution implemented on board Breakthrough. So is methanol the winning bet? Let's see how you're going to answer that question. And we'll start with John Giacomo. Do you want the clicker or? Okay. So we're actually not. Yes, we're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation. So I feel a little bit a stranger because with all these technical experts, research and design, innovation, I was a mechanical engineer, now I'm an accountant. I'm the commercial director of the yard. But the reason why I'm here, I think that we are building the first luxury ship, dual fuel, diesel and methanol. So very briefly, I mean, we are in a yachting panel, in a yachting house. And this project is maybe the first real convergence between a top luxury ship and a mega yacht. The only difference practically is the fairing. The rest is really yacht with one of the top leader yacht designer in the world. An ambitious owner. Really the owners are two. Because Amman at Sea is a company with two heads. The first is the owner of Amman Resort. And the second, both 50%, is the PIF, so is the government fund from Arabia. Arabia now is facing a big changing. I talked to them because I follow the route from when we started the first day up to the signature of the contract. Now I've disappeared from the project. But in their intention is to create an alternative when they think that the major earning, which is the fuel, will be reduced or even exhausted. And so they are investing everywhere in the world, and was their side to push to the methanol. So the project did start with just diesel, and we met the first time in June 2021, when a lot of hypotheses, at that time we still in hypothesis, today I follow practically all the panels, and there are certain rules, certain behavior, certain way of thinking, certain chain. At the time, for me, it was like a bet. The owner could choose between LNG, methanol, whatever it was. I represent the yard in one of the two shipping owner association, and one of the owners said, now for us it's really a bet, because at that time, I'm talking about 4 years ago, the information were not so much available. So where I will bunker, which route I can do, and so on. Anyhow, in February 2002, I was in mountain, and one night I received an email from Arabian side. They said, we want the ship methanol. So the first moment was a little bit, not so. But anyhow, we found immediately a good challenge, because at that time there was just a rumor that a owner wanted to think to a methanol ready. At that time, we didn't know what was the methanol ready. But anyhow, we saw the opportunity and we stepped in, consider that we are a private yard, part of a private holding, so we need to be always one step beyond in order to compete with the big giants. And of course, the counterpart, the owner teams, was very reactive and was also able to find compromises, because practically the engine room was designed and we had to change. We started practically from zero. We had a great support from our engineer company, Mr. Reggente, who will be in the next panel, and also from the classification society. We gave us all the, at that time, rules, and we started. And so, of course, there was some adjustment, because to create all the pump station and so on. But I don't want to go in detail. Just to say that in a top luxury unit, I don't want to call yacht or ship, let's call unit, where at the end of the day, the clients must the difference. So the ambience are designed to accommodate these people that pays around 40,000 euros per day each. So you cannot do what you want. You cannot go out there and say, hey, listen, I need to pass from here because... And so the big effort was to find the real balance between the realization and according to rules with the interior ambience. So if you want, I stop. Otherwise, I talk. I apologize because I have only 2 pictures, but the contract does not allow me. Of course, I could have much more.
Okay, we'll talk technology later. And I'm going to have to stop you. You guys Italians, you can't stop talking. Yeah? Okay, sorry for that joke. I love my Italian friends. So we've got Bernard or not? Are you here? Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us? We can hear you.
I can hear you, and I can see you, and I can see myself on the screen now. First of all, I must apologize that I'm not there in presence, but unfortunately, this strike of the airports I couldn't make it to come to France at all. So actually, I had to stay in Bremen. So I'm very sorry not being there in Monaco, but I'm happy to be there online.
Yeah, thank you for joining us in spite of these, indeed, obviously, the typical French strike circumstances. Floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. I can see my presentation perfect. And Germans, of course, are always very straightforward. There's one question, and we were allowed to have 2 slides, so I limited everything to 2 slides. So the question was, is methanol the winning bet? And please go to the next slide. The question is, what are actually the alternatives to methanol? So we have hydrogen, we have the common fossil fuels, we have ammonia, we have nuclear, or we have HVO, and we have methanol. And then we have some requirements. Please click forward. Okay, what are requirements? The requirements is we need renewables. So when we have renewables, then fossil fuels, of course, are out of the game. And if we talk about availability, then HVO is not available in a large scale. And of course, nuclear is not available either. And then, of course, we have another requirement. It needs to be safe and harmless. And then ammonia will be out of the game for yachting or for any other passenger vessel. And last but not least, then we have hydrogen, but we also have the requirement that we need to have a high energy density to store it on board of a yacht. And that's why finally also hydrogen will be out of the game. And in the end, there's only methanol basically left if we want to fulfill the sustainable requirements to get rid of CO2. So that's why we believe that methanol will be the fuel of the future. And I think last year I had a short presentation on our roadmap. I didn't want to repeat this today, but our roadmap includes methanol as a fuel, and methanol is capable of being used for fuel cells within a reforming process, as well as being used in combustion engines. And that's why we believe that methanol is the fuel of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice summary of why methanol and why you think is a winning bet. I'd like to think of it with the perspective of what was explained before in the previous session about liquid hydrogen and also solid-state hydrogen in terms of energy density and everything. So we'll see if we have a further discussion with our other panelists as well on this topic. Simone, I think you've got, yes, we've got the presentation. Do you need a clicker or you leave it to me?
It's okay.
All right.
Thank you for the invitation. Good morning to everybody. I'm Simone Bruckner, Chief R&D Officer at San Lorenzo. And I'm happy to be here to show the first 2 milestones of San Lorenzo strategy to get to zero emission. So the perfect introduction of my colleague explained already why we have decided to go for methanol for large yacht. And basically, we develop the technology with two projects funded by the European Union. The first one is Life Ocean project that has been completed this year. So after a concept for a reformer fuel cell starting from methanol to supply energy for the hotelery on board, so we are talking about a peak of 100 kilowatts, not more. We found a collaboration with Siemens Energy to develop the components, and San Lorenzo with Lloyd's Register were in charge to get on board this type of technology. So the project started some years ago in 2022 from, let's say, the formal plan of the European project, and ended this year with the second season. We launched the boat last year in April 2024, and we had the first season with the hotelery supplied by the methanol fuel cell. This is the first milestone. The second milestone is another European project that we started last year. The name is Life Mystic. And basically, the second step is for the propulsion. So using methanol as a combustion fuel for yachts in a version that could be also retrofitted. So basically, we are talking about B-fuel engine developed with MAN, and also genset with Nani Industries that could use a mixture of methanol and diesel, standard diesel or HVO. The project started in the half of 2024, and the target is to launch the yacht in 2028. Of course, all the activities, the technical activities, so the validation at the test bench of the engines, the genset, the development of the new tanks, systems on board, and the certification, this time made with RINA, are ongoing and will be completed probably by the end of next year. And the final installation, of course, will be also subjected due to the availability of methanol, that this will be one of the topics. So the availability in the marina, in the ports, the regulation, and other things that at the moment, as for all the other fuels we discussed in the previous panels, the problem is that the technology is there, but all the other things around the technology are still on hold.
So even for like the one that you've already launched, right? Getting methanol is complicated?
Methanol, not a lot, even if in Italy we have a strange regulation due to wine scandal of the 80s, so it's something different from European Union. But in any case, grey methanol is available and the price is competitive. If you would like to put a green methanol and so take the advantage not only on particles, NOx, XOx, that you can achieve a good result also with grey methanol, but if you would like to be carbon neutral, so also CO2 emission, you need a green methanol. Green methanol in Italy at the moment is not available. We had to purchase this in Germany, move a truck from Germany to do refueling of the fuel cell. So this is showing that the problem is the infrastructure, the availability, and how to manage the methanol, not the technology, how to use it.
And unless you do grey methanol and then you do a bit of carbon capture with an additional refinery on board, like was discussed yesterday, in fact, about carbon capture.
But carbon capture for sure is interesting, but I think that yachting hasn't got let's say the volumes to develop this technology and the size to install on board. So yachting could look at shipping, what they are doing, use the technology that shipping could develop, such as methanol, but not all the characteristic of a shipping. Having a tank of methanol is acceptable on a 50 meters yacht. Having a carbon capture system on a yacht of the same size could be a problem.
Thank you. Let's shift to Fedship.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll stand up.
Click or?
Yeah, I always like to be in control. Thank you. On the right as well. Yeah, before I start, perhaps answer a couple of the questions linked towards breakthrough that we should have done yesterday, because you could see her laying there, but she left. Yeah, breakthrough, very special project. Many people in this industry know about it. 120 meter, well, more or less, super yacht, with cryogenic storage inside on tank deck. Certified now for international operations, well, close to the certification actually. Being able to run full on fuel cells, 3 megawatts of fuel cells. This is a magnificent project. It really made a big oomph about all the stuff that we are talking about here. Yeah, so there is now a big, say, fuel cell system that you could order. Actually, it's being ordered for ferries. There is cryogenic storage, certification procedures being developed, people understanding how to certify that, doing the risk analysis. That's the true value. But is that the future for yachting? Liquefied hydrogen? No. No, no. That's a clear answer. It's not that we would say no to a client. We never say no to a client. We say always yes, but there might be other alternatives by now. Through breakthrough, we managed to make a big step we can make to the next stage. There's no free lunches here. It's all about investment, making the first steps so we can get to the next step. That's what breakthrough is about. Let me now talk about the next. Well, perhaps I can give you some statistics on how much space it uses in breakthrough. Liquefied hydrogen storage in breakthrough, it uses pretty much like 35 times the space of diesel for the same energy, 35 times, because you shouldn't compare the liquid hydrogen with the liquid diesel, but the entire holding space that holds this cryogenic tank. And then bear in mind that that holding space used to be interior, so you take away payload. Do you know what the cost is of payload of a super yacht? It's a non-viable solution, cryogenic storage on a super yacht. Sorry. Although it was the important step to make, because now we can get to this. What do we need to do as a yachting sector? Don't look inside. Don't look at your sector. You need to look outside. You need to look at the world. We are talking about energy transition. Energy transition is not only maritime. No, it's maritime connected to the energy majors, to food chain. If we talk about hydrogen and ammonia, that is driven by food. It's fertilization of the food chain. That's a prime driver of that. If we look at hydrogen and shipping, what do you see happening? Well, big shipping companies, and not only Maersk, but Maersk is quite clear, one of the front runners. They invest into the ships, the chicken or the egg or whatever. I mean, they create the marketplace. So they can run on methanol. They can still also run on diesel. It's just a smart decision, right? Because you don't want to invest in something that you cannot use. Now, about 5% of all ships being ordered are methanol-based. As a consequence, you see that a production facility like the one here on the right in Kassø in Denmark is being built. It's producing e-methanol. So electricity comes in, CO2 in a pipeline, and the methanol be synthesized. Because you need it for the ship. It goes into the ship. And it also goes to this other famous Danish company, Lego. Because methanol you need to construct Lego blocks. You need it, we already need it now, to produce plastics. So that is an important idea. We need to connect sectors. We shouldn't look inside of this market. We need to look outside. We need to follow what is happening elsewhere, because these ships circumnavigate, sail the seven seas. They have to find fuels that will be there in the future. We need to be adaptable. So the consequence of the move of shipping, you see in this graph on the right, there's now 50 million tons of green methanol anticipated to be produced in 2030. That's a lot. That's half of all the methanol that is being produced today. As a consequence of shipping companies making a step. And why is that? It's all about cost. It is all about cost. 90% of trade of stuff is by ship. So it's in part of everything you buy. So it needs to be low cost. You could argue, well, cost, is that relevant for this market? No, but it is the driving factor for the energy transition. And we need to adjust to that. So cost will drive everything. And of course also this viability, whether you can store it, I was just talking about it. Anyway, I want to explain a little bit about generations at FedShip. I'm not going to repeat the things that were said before because we all tell the same story, right? But I try to add a bit. We used to build mechanical drive FedShips, the top layer. You see a couple here like a Hampshire. So you have a shaft line with diesel engines connected to it, and you have a fuel system indicated with this red block in the line that could only take diesel. And you have some generators to serve the hotel load. Electric drive, that's the next generation. Pretty much all the vessels being built now is electric drive. So you have an electric engine propelling the yachts. You have a DC bus distributing the power to the hotel loads. And you have a battery compensating for loads, reducing emissions, increasing efficiency. It's the way to do it. You make it also inherently flexible. It's electric, so at the end of the day, you can add other components to it. But still, the yachts that we started to build around 2020, delivered already now, they were also in this harbor during the Formula 1 Grand Prix, Obsidian, Faith. They only are limited with the fuel, they only can store diesel. The next generation, and if you look at the timeline, that is already behind us, so they are already started, a couple projects. We add further flexibility. So we have flexibility in the power management, distribution of electricity, but we need flexibility in the fuel system. So we will have fuel systems, all the tanks, all the tank clusters, that you can alternate between storing diesel or methanol, or ethanol, or kerosene. Liquid fuels, because we will store them in void spaces. They don't take away payload. That will hurt us if we would do that. So that's what is indicated here. And then if you have methanol storage on board, you can add a fuel cell. So you don't only see gensets, you see also a fuel cell. And that yacht, you could update. You cut open the engine room, power room, take out the gensets, add only fuel cells, if they're there. And there will not be one fuel cell system that we will use. I would expect we will combine different types. The hot system, I heard the Energy Observer 3, the SOFC, makes a huge sense for the base load. Not only for electricity, but also for heating and cooling. So we need to add a couple of systems there. And if you want to go sailing only, sailing on the fuel cells, it might be part of this SOFC, but we will add other types. So it will be a fuel cell hybrid. It's a new word. You heard it here first. We'll have fuel cell hybrids with batteries, of course. So that's what we are doing.
Thank you. Very enlightening as well. I would like to start with questions about the challenges, because when we listen to you... Oh, sorry. Oops. Let me go back to... Okay, never mind. Maybe you will have your faces again on the screen or not. When we listen to you, it seems like it is the winning bet, is the easy implementation, easy solution, is why we didn't think about it before. After all, methanol has been in existence for a long time. So I would say, what are the challenges and what's the difficulty in the implementation when it comes to especially, obviously we talked about availability, that's one of the difficulties, especially green methanol. But even for crew, captains, for people who deal with methanol and refueling, and all these challenges that need to be overcome, or is that not a problem, and in fact it shouldn't be an issue? Bernard, I don't know if you can hear us still, and of course if you do want to make some comments and give us some feedback, don't hesitate to join us. Thank you.
I'd like to make a small addition to it. Well, it's not a bet. That is what you do in the casino. It's also not believing. That's what you do in church. This is about science. This is about physics. This is about understanding. And it's not something that we now think of. No, we thought about it 10 years ago, even longer. But we are gradually making steps, investing into technology. Breakthrough is one of these steps. although there's liquefied hydrogen stored. But we need to have that step in order to make that, to get to the end. It's not so simple to say, yeah, there's this system and a demonstrator, and so why is nobody using this? No, we understand that, but I so often find there's detachment between what industry is doing and also these kind of discussions that I hear here.
I think in general, training the crew and also all the people that are working with new technologies is very, very important, because in general, yachting is a quite conservative market. And for example, at the last Captain's Academy that we held every 6 months in San Lorenzo, there were a lot of captains that when we started to propose this type of technology, they showed me always the same video. The methanol accident at IndyCar when there is a flame and no one could see the flame. My first reply is, yes, if you are checking on the internet and you search for the shuttle, you always see the destruction of the Challenger. But after that, there was already, and after all the technology to get to the moon, to Mars, and blah, blah, blah. So again, I completely agree with Guido. The problem is that technology, if you have the time and you spend the right money, is always safe. And if there was something happening 30 years ago, this doesn't mean that it is going to happen again. For sure, training of the people that they have to use this technology is very, very important.
Thank you. Bernard, do you want, or, yeah, Gian Giacomo?
Yes, I take
Please go ahead.
occasion.
I will follow.
Talk. Go ahead.
Okay. You were asking for challenges. I think it's always a challenge in itself to implement new technologies, because as soon as there's a change, people are somehow afraid of an accident, afraid of handling, afraid of how to use that technology, how to run that engine, or how to run a fuel cell. That's a challenge for every change that you implement into the yachting. But of course, there are two specific challenges, and this is, of course, within the maturity of the technology itself. I think we, as a shipyard, are quite confident that we are able to build a methanol supply system. But at the end, we need a combustion engine that is fit for the purpose, and we need a fuel cell that is perfectly fit for the purpose. And since the technologies is both new, there are a lot of hurdles that you have to take, and it's not so easy to commission such a system. And as we know from, for instance, also for combustion engines, what we think that must be quite easy, because already 30 years ago, cars were running on methanol. But the truth is that after a race, the engine, or at least the injections, they are down, they are broke, because they are not lasting as long. So the maturity of the technology, so of the engines and fuel cells, this is something that needs some time to reach actually the TRL level of 9, that it's fit for the purpose, and that it has the same maintenance or the same running hours as we can expect from other technologies that we are quite familiar with. I think this is something that we have to work on, and that's why we need pioneers within the community that are willing to invest in such a technology, as the owner of Breakthrough, or the owner that we currently have with our project with the fuel cell running on methanol. These are the guys that we need in our business to push that technology.
Thank you. Gian Giacomo?
So, can you hear me? So I take the occasion to reply to the official question that I didn't cover it all before. So in our case, which I repeat is a unit, and one called a yacht, it's a 185 meters. So you understand the dimensions are different, that the mentality are different, the crew is different, the owner is different. It's a company, it's a revenue company, it's not a private who want a unit. So at the end of the day, we were smart, we, the yard and the owner, and we were also lucky, because we had to replace the purchase of the engine, which are bigger for the dual fuel, for the methanol, and the height of the deck and engine room help us. But then we proposed to the owner the double solution. So methanol, 100%, all methanol ready. Methanol ready means that you can insert already something and then you postpone with the retrofit. But we convinced the owner up front of a higher investment, because later on, even if you leave some space, you leave the space for the coordination, for piping, for routes, cable, and so on, you have still the commissioning. The commissioning with such a fuel is not as a normal fuel. So the stop during the operation, and so the loss of revenue could have a certain impact. So I think that in our case was they made the right choice, and honestly speaking, we were also lucky, because the 50% of the ownership, the Arab side, at that time they said that they wanted to locate the vessel in the Red Sea, so in Arabia, where for sure they had already a plan to have the right combustible in the right moment and so on. So this is also driving. Let's say that could be also, let's say, a marketing choice, but I mean, the value in total cannot justify only marketing. Is a planning.
Okay, so far for the challenge, Guido, you wanted to add something, or I have another question otherwise.
Yeah, yeah. Well, then I will answer with the thing I want to say now. Perhaps we could do it right away. I think the crux here is all about investing. Some stars are aligning. I see, including Bernard, companies that find the right funds through either subsidies or clients to do pretty much the same things. But we could do it way faster. This market can do this way faster. Each project that is started, if you take 1% of it, you know how much money that is.
So doing it faster, in fact, I was kind of anticipating my next question. So since we've had these early adopters, as you said, leaders, I mean, new clients who've done it, and proving that methanol is possibly, maybe not the winning bet, but is at least the best compromise in the next phase of transition until something else may come along. How fast do you see that adoption then coming into, not necessarily, I mean, we don't call it mass market in yachting, but at least significant market presence from, I would say, all the shipyards, and not just 3 or 4 being the leaders or being the ones that are willing to be innovative in that field. But like methanol becoming more or less the norm, do you see that happening?
I do see that happening. I think the main challenge is that the investment part I was just talking about, but then we have big OEMs in this marketplace. There are only a couple of engine brands. Are they investing? Are they investing enough? Do they understand how this market works? So do they understand how they can approach a yard to partially co-fund their development? I see that they struggle with that. They're not used to it. So I think if that happens, it will be a cascading effect. The methanol itself, this is not us. That is not this business. Perhaps some owners have some grip on that transition, but this is the Maersks. This is the energy majors. That's not us, and it will happen. It's not that it will happen. It already happened, and it will accelerate. And of course, there will also be ammonia, but Bernard clearly already indicated it's not in a yacht marina.
It's a very nice and interesting answer, since the next panel will be talking about engine manufacturers and how dual fuel engines could be another option forward. Simone, Bernard, do you have anything to add? Very briefly.
Yeah, I just agree that, or what I also said earlier, I think it's also a matter on availability on those engines. There are the big engine manufacturers, they are all working on methanol engines, but typically they take one specific type, for instance, like the MTU 4000 engine. But when this is running, then they need to cascade this to the other types of engines, so that we have a variety of different power options that you can use for your yacht. And as soon as also the smaller engines are available for methanol, then it's going to be a breakthrough for the yachting market, I believe.
Thank you. Very quick.
Very quickly. So I see more or less the story of the LNG. In the beginning, LNG was fitted with the external cylinder in the ferry in the northern country, in the Scandinavian. And then they started to locate the big cylinder in the body of the ship. Now it's a matter who comes first. When we purchased the Chantier Naval de Marseille, all the owners said, advise me when a ship will enter and I will be the second. So I think that if San Lorenzo, Fedship, all the other yards consolidate, let's say, the production, and we deliver the ship, now I call the ship, with, with good result, I think that they will turn.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Bernard, very nice to have you online. Please, if you kindly stand forward for the traditional photograph. We've lost Bernard. Bernard, can you join us back? Are you still online on the camera? And then you'll be on the big screen. We've lost him. Thank you, gentlemen. And our last session for today and for today's conferences is indeed about dual fuel engines in accelerating the energy transition. And to discuss that topic, I'd like to call Francesco Concetto Pesce, technical specialist, new products and advanced engineering from Dumaret, Stefano Regente, who's the CEO of Meccano Engineering, Daniel Chatterjee, who's the Director of Corporate Sustainability, Technology Strategy and Regulatory Affairs at Rolls-Royce MTU. We should have Lex Nyssen from Everlance, who's the VP Head of Marine Europe and the Americas online, hopefully. And we should have Marco De Stefano, who is the General Manager Sales at Wärtsilä, joining us on stage. Welcome to you all. Obviously, as I said, it's the role of dual fuel engines. You'll be very quick about your presentations, hopefully. How many Italians have we got? 2. All right, so should be okay. And then one important thing, I think, for the audience is to understand what actually a dual fuel engine is like, works like. I mean, what's the whole magic about dual fuel engines? Whoever will want to actually explain it briefly, and then we can discuss about how important they can be in the energy transition. So let's start with Francesco. Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for staying here. Only the brave at lunchtime, so thank you for that. I will be super fast. So I'm Francesco Pesce from Dumaret Group. Dumaret is a global business company with the headquarters located in Belgium, with several centers in Europe. I'm from the R&D center in Italy, Torino, and we have now also a new center in the US. We are also present in China. So basically, we develop products for powertrain systems, and of course also we are a service provider for engine manufacturers. So as Dumaray Group, we really believe that dual fuel solutions can be a very effective way to approach a smoother transition to decarbonization. And my challenge today is trying to keep here to bring some concrete projects that we've been doing. The first one is a hydrogen dual fuel solution. Oops. Okay, it's just pushing a bit more. Okay. So this is a concrete project that we completed for the recreational boat, which is the value proposition here. So first of all, trying to have the diesel engine as a backup fuel. So it's a 3-liter 6-cylinder with more than 200 kilowatt max power capability. And when we talk about dual fuel here, basically, we are able to reach up to 90% of hydrogen usage, because the point as engine manufacturer, okay, we are talking about dual fuel, but in the end, how much hydrogen are you going to use? So in this case, at very low load, we've been able to reach up to 90% of hydrogen. This means that in terms of value proposition, you can really imagine to use hydrogen in the airports, in the marinas, basically 90% of hydrogen, with a very effective way to decarbonize more restricted areas. If you use HVO, so hydrotreated vegetable oils, instead of fossil diesel, you can really think to reach up to 0 well-to-wake CO2. And this is extremely high in terms of value proposition, with ultra-low particulate and capable of Tier 3 emission. In this case, the concept was using 1 or 2 hydrogen tanks, depending on the usage. So we are talking about 3 to 6 kilograms, with 350 bar pressurized tanks. And again, this is a very good way trying to use at best the hydrogen to preserve the tank and the usage, because of course, outside the airport, you can really push more on diesel by lowering the sharing of hydrogen. So again, it's a precious, today is a very precious and expensive fuel, or better, vector. It's a good way to use it best. Then, of course, another value proposition is the sound experience, that for the user is something that is extremely valuable, and the refueling timing that is basically same as conventional. And in terms of, let's say, calibration, this is really our work. This is a good way to show that basically in the area, on the engine map, basically we are able to reach overall 60% of hydrogen usage, meaning 60% of reduction of CO2 overall in the engine map, with 90% in low load, and up to diesel only to preserve the max power output. So this is the first one, and I would like to highlight also the safety scheme here. That is extremely important, safety first. Here you can see the scheme with on-tank valves, with thermal and pressure relief devices, with the regulator of the pressure, and with some important hydrogen sensors on cabin and also on the engine compartment, also with some redundancies that are extremely important. The second project is very fast here. We were talking about methanol. We have concrete projects on dual fuel methanol. Once again, we are seeing that methanol is really keeping a good player for bigger sizes, boats, so from ferries, but also yachting. And in this case, if diesel is one in terms of volumetric, in terms of energy density, you can see here that methanol is 2.4 times diesel at same energy content. Instead, with hydrogen, we are going up to 15. So it's clear that in terms of energy content and in terms of energy density and volumetric density, it's clear that methanol in this sense is really convenient. So with two projects here, we've been able to reach leading-edge performances with dual fuel. So you can see here the benchmark area for different bores with two different technologies. So by injecting methanol as the port fuel injection, so on the intake manifold, or on another project directly in the combustion chamber. Of course, the approach is different. The first one is more as a retrofit. The second one is a more radical modification to the engine. But we've been working on that, and we are reaching extremely good results. And this is the clear example that with this last technology, we are able to reach up to 98% of usage of methanol in the dual fuel approach. So it really means that we are using basically methanol only at just a small part of diesel. So this is a really good way to decarbonize the sector. Of course, when we talk about the decarbonization with methanol, as said before, we are talking about the full cycle, including production. It's not just tailpipe, but it's from well to wake level. Thank you.
I think very educational as well, so we understand things better when it comes to how these work. Let's see how Stefano, you want the clicker or your?
No, you can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much to Monaco Yacht Club de Monaco for the invitation and to be part of this esteemed panel today. I am Stefano Reggente. I am the CEO of Meccano Engineering. Meccano Engineering is a naval architect and marine engineering company. Operate both in marine and yacht market as designer, naval architect, and engineers. We are not engine producer, engine manufacturers, but we apply all the engines that are available in the market in our project. We bring our experience and our expertise from the marine field. Before Gianni Zino mentioned Aman at Sea as the first cruise vessel, luxury cruise vessel with dual fuel engine propulsion system with methanol. And we bring our expertise in the yacht industry. But there are some big differences in the yacht behavior compared with the ship behavior, the cruise ship behavior, because everybody or many of you know that the operational condition of a yacht is really peculiar because about 10% of the time is in sailing condition, more or less 30% in anchor condition, and remaining 60% in mooring and pier mooring condition on the pier. In addition, we have to consider that if the total power that is installed on board, if we consider the total power, more or less 75%, between 70 to 80%, is necessary for the sailing condition. Not only for sailing condition, but for the maximum speed. That means that the remaining 25% that we have on board, the remaining 25% of the power is necessary for the 90% of the time of the life of the yacht. This means that we have, first of all, to choose the best configuration of the power plant arrangement in the mega yacht. That is completely different from a cruise vessel, where the hotel load is very high compared to the power for propulsion, where for the yacht is completely different. The power for propulsion is very high compared to the hotel load. We have, so it's usual for naval architect, it's normal that we have to optimize the ship starting from the reduction of consumption and to find alternative auxiliary propulsion system. But at the end, the only thing that is possible to do to reduce the emission, not only, but the most important, is to find an alternative fuel. We agree with many of you, many of speakers, that methanol is at the moment the most suitable fuel to be used. But, and the dual fuel engine today are not, are absolutely necessary. We can do without dual fuel engine. The main reason is that we must have a certain range of autonomy, and the diesel on board is necessary because the volume that is occupied by methanol is more or less three times more than diesel. So, but today, so please go ahead. No. Yeah. Today, there is a gap that we have to address. If the marine engine manufacturers are well prepared and are offering a wide range of engine for the marine market, for the ship market, it is not the same for the smaller size engine. I am talking about yacht above 60 meter, because below 60 meter, and yes, it's possible to use also alternative fuel, but if we have to reduce and to use the alternative fuel for propulsion, and we want to reach at least 20, 25, 30% of range without emission with alternative fuel, we have to talk about yacht above 60, 65 meter. And so for this range, we need a size of engine that must be below, if we consider the diesel-electric arrangement, below 1,000 kilowatt. And there are few producers, few manufacturers that are working on that. So my idea and my suggestion is that all the manufacturers has to continue in research and development to offering and to give available as soon as possible this size of engine for yacht market.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, you'd like to take on? You need the clicker.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My name is Dan Chatterjee from MTU Rolls-Royce. So, I mean, we are one of those engine manufacturers, especially in high-speed engines. So you will find in many of those boats our engines. And we heard a thing from Guido, we need to look to other industries. That's what we do by nature. We are in 13 other industries, from aviation up to power generation. So that's why we talk to fuels usually a bit broader. And maybe I need to explain why I think dual fuel engine is essential and bring a bit, let's say, disturb the party. Because if you look on most projections, what will be the maritime fuel? You will find 20% fuel share in 2050 by methanol. So methanol is the right bet, if you research, that's for sure. But if you look what happens in the short term, so the white curve is the projection of projects up to 2030 should be around 35 million tons of green methanol. And today produce 100 million tons just for the chemical industry, to give you the perspective. You see the lower line, that's projects with an FID. So projects have an investment decision. So we are much behind the curve. And that at the end means we have to discuss infrastructure, but this really shows you the production volumes, and it could give you the same curve for hydrogen. So what the reality just shows, we will not have the fuel amounts, and I'm talking the whole maritime industry, as we might hoped it a few years ago. And this just shows flexibility, that meaning you install, have the ships ready for methanol. If you have a fat ship, having dual fuel engine is just essential to move forward, because you cannot rely to have enough volume and by that availability. So that's a bit the trigger behind that, and we partly heard that already. Dual fuel or B-fuel may sound like the Christmas present. You can have everything. You can run 100% methanol in that case, or you can run 100% diesel. Unfortunately, usually this is not the case. So one hand side, if you talk on a single fuel engine, there are different technical concepts that could be with methanol. You inject methanol and you ignite it with a spark plug. That's an ideal case. You can run 100% methanol. You require even no after treatment to reach IMO 3. Sounds nice, but this technology can burn only methanol, not diesel. And usually if it comes to dual fuel, and we have seen it already with hydrogen, with the same case, you have a mixture. You have always a mixture between diesel, you use diesel to ignite, you mix. So you have a certain range of methanol in what you burn. And many engines, and we heard it today, they have a limited amount of methanol they can burn in the operation range. And that's clearly the challenge we have all as engine manufacturers at the moment, to extend that range, because clearly you want to have a higher share of methanol, because if you're not getting in your operation maybe 80, 70% methanol, maybe then better go with HVO than just having all the effort and having a low share. And that's actually the challenge with the dual fuel, to have really a high share of methanol in a dual fuel engine. And if you look, and maybe we'll hear that later, for the two-strokes, medium-speed engines, it's a bit easier than for the high-speed ones we have mostly in the boats. But that at the end, you need to look a bit into details, especially when you design a boat. So what is really the different engines are offering, but clearly, and that's the perspective from M2, we will develop both, because clearly dual fuel is an accelerator, is needed in the current situation to get, let's say, methanol and methanol technology in the market. And later, we see also single fuel, especially you can think on a ferry where there's a clear infrastructure, which has also the challenge, as an additional option to fully leverage the potential methanol offers when you're on a single fuel. So that's basically the logic. It's an accelerator, and that's maybe we'll have that later in the discussion when you see the ramp up. We heard it from Lürsen later, when is really a full portfolio needed? Because also as an engine manufacturer, it still makes no sense to have all the portfolio for methanol and nobody buys it. But for sure, the engine is running on the test bench, the first one, and I think dual fuel is really one of the way needed.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive. I don't know if we've got Lex or not. Is he online? We haven't heard from him.
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, great. I can hear you. I can even see you now, and you can probably see yourself.
Yes.
So Lex is a VP, Head of Marine Europe and the Americas for Everlands, and is going to give us a very brief introduction as well. And I should be able to get my clicker back. Where's my clicker? In order to initiate that.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry also from on my side that I could not join due to the strike of the air traffic controllers, which was unfortunately a little bit out of my control. Anyway, thank you for having me here. Everlands, just for the people that do not know, Everlands, our company was renamed exactly 1 month ago. The previous name was maybe more familiar. It was MAN Energy Solutions. And as I say, 4th of June, our company was renamed into Everlands. So from there, we say nowadays Everlands. Anyway, also in the previous round, already quite a lot was said about methanol, etc., and engine developments and so on. Still, I'd like to give some insights also from our perspective and what we're doing. It's very clear there are 3 major levers to decarbonize the shipping. One of them is the fuels. You can work on a different type of fuels. One is, of course, what is coming from via the exhaust in the environment. Can you reduce there? And the total efficiency of a ship. Nowadays, today we will talk more about the fuel, so especially the dual fuel engines. In the beginning, you as the moderator, you asked, okay, what is now exactly the dual fuel engine? Actually, the dual fuel engine is an engine, as it says, it can run on different type of fuels, but it can also still run also on in most of the times only on diesel as well as a single fuel. But for the other fuels, it needs like methanol, like LNG, etc. It needs a diesel oil, a small amount of diesel oil to ignite, because the other fuels are not self-igniting, as it is in the case with the diesel. So yeah, to avoid stranded assets, as we say, the dual fuel engine is really for the transition phase. As long as not all the footpaths are clear, which type of fuels are used in which applications, and especially also, as it was Daniel was saying, which fuels are available and in which parts of the world. From our perspective, we see you can already install a dual fuel engine, or you can have an installation of an engine which is set, for instance, methanol ready, and which clearly, when you say, okay, the availability of the methanol as a fuel is there where I operate with my boat, or where I come often. There is the availability of green methanol, because gray methanol doesn't make sense to run it as a fuel on board of ships. Then you can later on also convert an engine into a dual fuel engine. That's it as an introduction from my side.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And last but not least, we've got large engines company, Wärtsilä, joining us. And I'll leave it to you to take on.
Thank you so much, and I would like to thank Yacht Club de Monaco for inviting us also this year. Indeed, I'm substituting my colleague Giulio Pacini, that also was not able to join due to the strike. So I hope to be providing interesting presentation as it was prepared. A few words about us. We are a company that is supporting maritime industry. In the slide here, you will see a little bit the outcome of our effort in this decarbonization transition every one of us is experiencing. For us, this journey started many years ago. We were initiating our study on dual fuel engines in 1990s. And with gas, indeed. We were initiating gas with high pressure gas, then we were moving on dual fuel, low pressure Otto cycle. And this was bringing us to the possibility to cooperate with larger, major LNG transport companies. So we were installing those engines on large gas carrier in France, Gaz de France and Gas Océan and so forth. No, you can still stay a couple of seconds here. We'll be very short then on the next slide. Methanol was the next on the row. We were initiating these in 2015, thanks to government support in Sweden, together with Stena. We were doing the first retrofitting project there, and then we were moving on as soon as the ETS, Fuel EU Maritime, and IMO regulation was coming on. See, the window is closing more and more, and you see ammonia, and you are not even seeing the hydrogen at the moment. This is why, because we don't believe in this? No, absolutely not, because we are very much fuel agnostic. So we are going and developing where the market is developing. We have a tiny interest on ammonia because the market, but we are also developing hydrogen. At this very moment, we are having on our R&D laboratory in Bermeo in Spain. In Basque Country, we are having an engine, a Varsera 31, a dual fuel that is running currently 100% hydrogen. So we are investing a lot on this. How we are cooperating, because we cannot wait to have everything ready to be 100% proven to initiate supporting the industry. So we are also making a lot of effort in order to fit our engine for adoption, the drop-in and blending with green fuel, and we are very much ready to support and cooperate with customers that are brave enough and they want to be the pioneering on these new fuels to make piloting and expanding their expertise on these in order to make the decarbonization a reality indeed. That's it for the moment. With the colleague for Rolls-Royce before, he was saying that they are accelerating. We don't want to accelerate too much. We are medium speed. For us, it's sufficient to be enabling the transition.
Thank you. I think everyone understands more or less how it works, and I have a few questions about the dual fuel, again, from a practical perspective. Whether it's crew or operations or maintenance, is there a significant difference, or it absolutely changes nothing, the fact that you are installing dual fuel engines for the operations of the yachts? Who wants to answer?
Maybe a couple of words, really a couple of words. Life is not always hunky-dories. I mean, there are challenges that we are facing, of course. I'm talking about the high-end installation, because our medium-speed engine are suitable for, I would say, from 70, 80 meters upwards. So dual fuel, of course, need to satisfy the requirement of having two fuel on board. So what we are doing, we are working in close cooperation with the ship designer as Stefano and the other colleagues here in the parterre. And I would say that the cooperation, it makes the difference, because challenges are there, of course.
Yeah, maybe adding from the engine itself, there's not a huge difference. I mean, you add there's a second injector or whatever, but this is in the space. I think the challenge is maybe what the yacht builders can say is clearly you have two fuel systems, or depending how you install it, if you run to the fuel lines methanol, then later diesel, how to make sure nothing happens still. So that means for the crew, I guess that's a challenge, because they need to handle more fuel systems. On the engine, there's added complexity. You could have two injectors, so depending on a more sensible injector, but that's still, I would see in the frame how an experienced engineer can handle it.
The dual fuel engine with methanol involve the complete design of a yacht, not only the engine room and the technical part. Methanol is toxic if swallowed, and so can be managed all the part of the yacht that can have a risk of linkage or something like that. And so the hazardous areas that we have on the ship are significant. We have to manage the discharge of the gas. We have to manage the ventilation of the cofferdam. We have to manage the bunker station. That is not the same of a diesel bunker station. So yes, has an impact, and I think that also the crew has to be trained to manage not only for the engine but also for the entire ship and installation that we have.
So which means that dual fuel installation, when you talk about dual fuel using methanol, in terms of implementation, as retrofitting on yachts is not a simple process. It's not something that can be considered, and therefore the dual fuel solution is, I would say, only for new boats, new yachts.
No, can be done, but of course the impact on the space that you lose of an existing yacht is important. We have done a project some years ago that has been approved in principle by RINA in 2023 of a motor yacht of 65 meters with the dual fuel propulsion, with methanol, with a range with methanol at more or less 20% of range. And we saw that we lose space. We lose a part of a garage, for instance. Alternative is to have a yacht that is 10% longer at the same condition. It's difficult because we know that the volume that requires the same energy content methanol is higher, 2.5 times more than diesel, and we need also cofferdam if it is in contact with some other space that is not the water sea. So it's possible, but it's more difficult.
Francesco, a quick one.
Yeah, just reinforcing what colleagues already said. From engine standpoint, what I personally see as a developer is basically that with methanol, there are a lot of, let's say, corrosion problems to be of course fixed. But of course, our target is to guarantee the full reliability to the final user. Okay, so it should be really transparent to the final user. But of course, on the other side, there is a big effort in the development phase for methanol for corrosion. When we talk about hydrogen, we are facing with a lot of issues in terms of compatibility with the lubricant, with oil. That again can have an impact on reliability. We have some important partnerships with oil suppliers to develop specific formulations for oil. But again, the final scope is to guarantee the completely transparency to the final user. So this is something that is in our current job.
Okay, thank you. So from what we've spoken about, and this was also touched upon in other conferences, flex fuel, dual fuel, our solutions for the transition. Obviously, it works a lot on the big ships or big yachts. How do you see that combination, or not any combination, between dual fuel engines, hybrid systems with electric motors, especially on smaller units? Is that something that makes sense, that doesn't make sense? How do you see that? That compatibility between, let's say, dual fuel engines with an electric system on board as a hybrid system. I mean, how's that happening, not happening? What's your view on the ideal combinations, I would say? And maybe we can ask Lex for his view since he's away.
Thank you. Basically, it doesn't matter if it is a diesel engine or a dual fuel engine or the engine running off what kind of fuel the system. It has not a different impact. It might be that you have a little bit lower output of certain engine types when they're running on methanol instead of in diesel. But the combination as such, it's depending on how do you want to have the layout of your ship with the the battery system, with the hybrid system, etc. Just to jump back a little bit on the previous subject, if I may, I agree a lot with what previous speakers were saying, but it's really compact. Even if you do the retrofitting or later on an installation of an engine running on methanol, the fuel equipment is has the most impact. So you need to have high ferro materials of the piping, etc. But also on the engine, some modifications, especially also with sealings, because methanol is very aggressive as a liquid. So you need also to have some impact on all kind of sealings and as I say, double wall piping, ventilation, and so on. That is the biggest impact.
Thank you, Lex. And last words from Daniel to conclude this session and the overall conference.
Yeah, I think maybe also to your last point with the diesel electric, I think that it's even additional benefits if you've seen that the engine map where I've shown a different ratio. So if this is still the case, then with a diesel electric system, you can optimize where you run your engine. So there's even for those situations, it's even a benefit for a methanol engine. For me, last words, I think when it comes to dual fuel engine, it's at the end, because of the uncertainty we have in availability and so on, it's somehow a must have the flexibility. I guess it's a bit up to the owner probably to where he wants to go. So when we have seen, for example, fat ship, you could have, let's say, your ship ready, so have the tanks and infrastructure, but still have a diesel engine. So then you run on diesel, but if you later want to do a refit, you have a part done. Other concepts are I think what you also a bit described is you have in principle somehow the room for the tanks, which is in larger refit, or you go even the way you install a dual fuel engine, which might have even some compromises. And where the optimum is, it's a bit, I guess, a decision or how bold you are. But I think to have that flexibility is just instrumental because to now overcome the period where you have not all the fuel available everywhere. So this is, I think, just instrumental that methanol gets also its way in this sector.
Thank you. Indeed, very interesting concluding words. At the end of the day, it's back into the owner's hands, but they need to know and understand what's really applicable, where, how, what's available, so that they can make learned decisions. On this note, thank you, gentlemen. Please kindly join the front of the stage for the ultimate photo. Thank you again. And in conclusion, Zilad will give you a few words before you can be released by me for lunch.
So good afternoon, everyone. Really, just a few words. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today. I hope this conference was interesting and really instrumental for you, for your professional endeavors. And please, I would like to welcome you all to join us for a nice networking lunch. And after, I would like to remind them that the future is happening just right out there. So you don't have to go far. Just after lunch, please visit the paddocks, visit the quayside. And if you wish, you can also visit the YCM e-dock with the electric and hydrogen units. And if it's available, you can also hop on them. So once again, thank you very much. And I think this is the sound that everyone wants to hear. Thank you.